This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Jack Benny Program.
At 57, American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's one thing you can be sure of always.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, men who really know tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday, February 14th, was Jack Benny's birthday. Jack celebrated the occasion with a dinner party at his home. So let's go back to Friday and out to Beverly Hills, where we find Mary and Rochester helping out.
Rochester, is Mr. Benny still upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
And they say women take a long time to get dressed. He's been up there 2 hours already.
Well, with Mr. Bennett's physique, dressing isn't so simple.
Well, what do you mean?
By the time he pulls in what sticks out and pads out what sinks in, it's a new day manana.
Well, he ought to be down pretty soon. Now, let's see. The table's all set. Oh, by the way, Rochester, you going to serve hors d'oeuvres?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, that reminds me. I'd better take the caviar out of the Frigidaire.
Caviar? Did Mr. Benny buy caviar?
Well, yes, indirectly.
What do you mean indirectly?
Well, once a week we have fish for dinner.
Uh-huh.
And before I go to the market, Mr. Benny tells me to pick out a sturgeon with that maternal look.
Well, Mary, I'm all dressed. How's everything going?
Oh, fine, Jack. And while you were dressing, these telegrams came. I already opened them.
You did? Well, read them to me.
Okay. Dear Jack, sorry I won't be able to attend your birthday party as I have a touch of flu. Signed, Jane Wyman.
It's too bad.
Here's another. Dear Jack, sorry I won't be able to attend your birthday party as I have a touch of grip. Signed, Claudette Colbert.
Gee.
Oh, here's another. Dear Jack, sorry I won't be able to attend your birthday party as I have a touch of distemper. Signed, Lassie.
Well, then we can leave the bone in the soup. Is that all?
No, there's one more. Oh, this one's from Leo DeRocha.
Oh, Leo, huh?
Yeah, he says, Dear Jack, I'm sorry I can't bring my wife to your birthday party as I'm a single man in California.
Gee, that's a shame. Anyway, I'm sure the party will be a success. I'm having Isaac Stern and Mr. and Mrs. Coleman. Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm putting the champagne labels on the 7-Up.
I'm not serving that tonight. I'm having still wine. Which do you think would be better, Mary, red or white wine?
Oh, I don't know. What are you having for your meat course?
Oh, I'm having a Mance de Boeuf, Bordeaux sauté.
What's that?
Hamburger.
We're not having it as patties. We're having it as meatballs. And, Rochester, when it's time to serve the meatballs, do it with a spoon. I mean, don't put 3 holes in them and roll them down the center of the table. Now, Mary, after everybody arrives, I wonder who that can be. Much too early for any of the guests. I'll get it.
How do you do, Mr. Benny? My name's Brown. I represent the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company. May I come in for just a minute? Thank you.
Look,
This is my assistant, Joe Davidson.
Oh, glad to know you.
That goes double.
Now, look, fellas.
Now, Mr. Benny, as you are one of the leading citizens of Beverly Hills, we have selected you as the man who should have our first post-war demonstration given by the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company.
Well, that's very nice,
We
but
plan to show you beyond a shadow of a doubt the superiority of our product over every other competitor in the field. What about it, Joe?
That goes double.
Look.
The purpose of our visit is to come into your home and put on a dinner the like of which no king has ever eaten.
Look, gentlemen, I'd like to talk to you about this some other time. You see, today is my birthday, and I'm having some guests over for dinner.
Did you hear that, Joe? What a coincidence. Mr. Benny, in 1 hour, we can have ready for you a complete 7-course dinner.
I know.
A prime rib roast, baked Idaho potatoes, carrots, peas, and everything to go with it.
You'd fix all that for me? What will it cost?
Not a dime, Mr. Benny, not a dime. This dinner is put on absolutely free through the courtesy of the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Jack.
Quiet, Mary. Fellas, what do you get out of it?
Mr. Benny, after you have tasted food that's been cooked in a Lifetime pot, pan, or kettle, you'll never want to be without them. Isn't that right, Joe?
That goes double.
Mary.
I answered for Joe. He fell asleep.
Oh. Well, Mary, what do you think about it?
Oh, Jack, you can't do a thing like this. You're having important guests like Isaac Stern, one of the world's greatest violinists, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
There's nothing to worry about. We drive our truck around to the back door, we prepare and cook the food in your kitchen, and your butler will serve it.
You see, Mary, there's nothing to it. Go ahead, fellas. The kitchen is yours.
Good, good. Mr. Benny, you're a man with a head on your shoulder.
That goes double.
What?
Come on, Joe. We got a job to do.
Say, you know, Mary, this is going to...
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mary, what are you worried about? We'll be getting the best food possible, and nobody'll know. After all, nothing's too good for the Colemans. They're probably getting dressed for my birthday party right now.
Oh, Ronnie, are you ready yet?
In a moment, Benita.
What are you doing?
I'm just looking through this medical book. Let's see. Arthritis, asthma, athlete's foot, blisters, beriberi, croup, colic, erysipelas, fever, gout, goiter, gangrene.
Oh, darling, we've used all those excuses. This time we'll have to go.
Yes, I guess we'll have... Oh, wait a minute, wait. Here's one I overlooked. Distemper. No, knowing Benny's friends, one of them must have used that. By the way, Benita, what birthday is Benny celebrating?
He's 38.
38? 38, indeed. Imagine him saying he's only 2 years older than I am.
Oh, let's stop wasting time and get ready. They're expecting us. I told Mr. Benny we'd be there early.
You saw Benny today?
Yes. He dropped over here. You remember about 2 weeks ago he borrowed your fountain pen?
Oh, so he finally returned it.
No, he came over to fill it.
Imagine that. When we go on our vacation, we ought to leave a bottle of ink at the back door.
Yeah, we did that last year, and that Harris fellow drank it. Come on, Ronnie, come on. Put on your tie.
All right. Oh, what a wasted evening this will be. Wish I could stay at home and listen to some good music. By the way, you know that new record I bought? I almost know it by heart.
Really? How does it go?
Open the door, Richard. Richard, open that door. Come on, darling, help me out. Rap on the table.
Oh, yeah. Stop being so silly and get dressed.
All right. You know, as long as we're going to Benny's party, I think I ought to change my shirt.
What's wrong with the one you have on?
It's clean.
Then why change it?
My dear, have you ever seen Benny eat soup?
Soup?
He puts a spoon in each hand and goes after it like a mix master. All right, darling, let's go.
Now, we must try and be pleasant. I do hope you remember Mr. Benny's friends. Let's run over them once more. Who is Don Wilson?
He's the fat one.
And Phil Harris?
The one with the blue lips.
Oh, yes. The ink was indelible. Now, Dennis Day.
Oh, he's the silly one.
That's right. And Mary Livingston?
She's the normal one.
Good.
How she ever got mixed up with that bunch of schlemiels, I'll never know.
Come on, Ronnie, come on. We mustn't keep them waiting any longer.
Jack! Oh, Jack!
What is it, Mary?
John, Phil, and Dennis just arrived.
Oh, hello, fellas. Welcome to my birthday party.
Hiya, Jackson. Many happy returns.
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, I'm glad you all got here early, kids. And don't forget, Dennis, you're going to sing Happy Birthday to me, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
No,
birthday.
no, not now. Not now. I'll tell you when.
Oh.
Now, come on in the other room. Phil, I can hardly believe my eyes.
What's the matter, Jackson?
The way you're dressed. Patent leather shoes, white tie and tails.
Yeah, and get a load of these white gloves and that cane over my arm.
Yeah, but Phil, where'd you get that black eye?
I never should have passed that pool room dressed like this.
Well, anyway, Phil, you do look nice.
Shall I serve the cocktails now, Mr. Benny?
Not yet, Rochester. We'll wait until Don, don't mess around the table. We got everything set just right.
I was just admiring it, Jack. It looks wonderful. But what's the idea of having that bed sheet over those 4 chairs?
Those aren't 4 chairs.
What?
That's a bench we lifted from the bus stop. Oh.
Jack, you did
Mary,
it.
it's only for a little while. And anyway, kids, we're going to have a fine dinner and lots of fun. Well, Dennis.
Huh?
I noticed you brought a little package to my birthday party.
Uh-huh.
Ah, Dennis, you don't have to blush. Come on, open it up.
Not till we get to the table.
What is it?
My lunch.
After all, it is my birthday. It seems that somebody could have brought me something.
Jack, I brought you something. Look, a birthday cake.
Huh? Well, isn't that beautiful? A birthday cake with 38 Lucky Strike cigarettes on it. Isn't that wonderful? Don, what's the cake made out of?
It's made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
No, Don.
They're
Don,
so
the cake.
round, so firm, so full.
Don, I know about the Lucky Strikes. I mean, how about the cake?
No, thanks. I'm on a diet.
Oh. Anyway, it's nice of you to put 38 cigarettes on it.
Say, Jackson, who are you trying to kid with that 38 stuff? You're a lot older than I am, and I'm 35.
Happy birthday to you.
Dennis,
Happy
quiet.
birthday.
What'd you say, Phil?
I said that I'm 35 years old, and I don't even show it.
What are you talking about? You've been studying music for over 35 years.
He doesn't show that either.
I agree with you. 35. When is your birthday, Phil?
Well, I was born April the 21st. That comes under the sign of Taurus, the bull.
What does that mean?
People born under Taurus are usually handsome, popular, and have nice, stable manners. Oh, Harris, with material like this, you better make money fast, kid.
You're not kidding. Taurus the bull. Mary, what were you born under?
Elsie the cow.
Elsie the cow.
It happened in a boarding house. Oh, Olivia, to think your sister Babe nearly took your job away from you.
Mary, another joke like that, and you'll be asking Babe for her autograph. And this is nothing to kid about. The zodiac is a very interesting subject.
It most certainly is, Jack. You know, I was born under the sign of Leo, the lion.
You were? Dennis, what sign were you born under?
The picket sign. My mother was out on strike.
Now, Dennis, stop being silly. And that goes for all of you. And now watch it tonight, will you, kids? You know, I'm having some very important people.
Who's all going to be there, Jackson?
Only a world-famous violinist, Isaac Stern, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman? Gee, I like the way he talks.
If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
Dennis, you sounded just like him. That was very good.
Thank you, Benita.
All right, Dennis, all right, that's enough. Now, kid, remember what I told you. Rochester, see who's at the door, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman.
Good evening.
Hello, Manchester.
May I check your wraps, Mrs. Coleman?
Oh, I didn't wear any. It's so warm out.
How about your hat, Mr. Coleman?
No, I didn't bother with a hat living so close.
Oh, well, would you like $1 worth of nickels?
Nickels?
I think the slot machine's about ready to pay off.
Ronnie, Benita, welcome to my birthday party.
Well, congratulations, Jack.
Many happy returns.
Thank you. Come on in the other room. You know my associate.
Well, if it ain't the kid from Shangri-La. Hello, Ronnie. What do you hear from the High Llama, bud?
Phil, the party just started. Control yourself. Here's Mary and Don Wilson.
It's nice to see you again.
Hello, Mr. and Miss Coleman.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, Ronnie, you don't know how happy I am that you and Benita came to my party.
It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
Well, what's that? Do I hear an echo?
What's that? Do I hear an echo?
Dennis, cut that out!
Yes, Benita, darling.
You know, Ronnie, you'll have to excuse Dennis. He always likes to imitate famous people. You know, it's amazing, but sometimes it can be embarrassing.
Mrs. Coleman, here, have a piece of Jack's birthday cake. Oh, thank you.
Yes, and here's an ashtray. I mean, a fork. It's very good, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Isaac Stern.
Well, Mr. Stern, I'm sure glad you got here. Come on in and sit down.
Thank you. I'm so tired of standing.
Standing?
Yes, somebody lifted the bench from the bus stop.
Oh.
If that sheet's got a hole in it, we're dead.
Quiet, Rochester. And Mr. Stern, you know my gang, Mary, Phil, and Don.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't believe you've met Dennis. Dennis, this is Mr. Isaac Stern.
How do you do, Dennis? I've listened to you many times on the air, and I've enjoyed your singing very much.
Dennis, the man paid you a compliment.
Huh?
Say something.
Happy birthday to
No.
you. Happy birthday.
Dennis, no, not yet. See, Isaac, he's a little excited because it's my birthday. And now, Mr. Stern, I want you to meet two very charming people. They're very, very close friends of mine. In fact, we're neighbors. Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, this is indeed an unexpected privilege.
Thank you. I feel the same way. In fact, had we known you were going to be here, we wouldn't have hesitated about coming.
Ronnie!
I mean, we would have come earlier.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Stern, we haven't seen you since your last concert at the Los Angeles Philharmonic, and it was really thrilling.
Yes, it was really wonderful.
Mr. Coleman and I were there that same evening, and we were simply carried away.
Yes, Mr. Stern, I particularly liked the way you played the Mendelssohn Concerto. I never heard anyone else do the Allegro so molto appassionato.
Well, I think that particular movement called for molto appassionato rather than a more reserved approach.
Well, I thought...
Oh, shut up.
Mary, that's no way to talk to Mr. Stern. Mr. Stern, you know, I thought that the Mendelssohn Concerto could be played molto appassionato or allegro con moto. I mean, it could go either way, you know, like a Studebaker. I mean...
one has the moto in the front and the other has the moto in the back.
Mary, we're having a serious discussion. Now, Mr. Moto. Mr. Sterno. Mr. Stern. Mr. Stern, I've heard some violinists play the Mendelssohn Concerto molto appassionato and others play it andante.
Well, Mr. Benny, that has been a controversial subject.
I see.
Mr. Harris, as a colleague and a fellow musician, what do you think?
Look, Bub, don't let this monkey suit I'm wearing fool you.
Phil, please.
Oh, Mr. Benny, dinner will be served in a few minutes.
Thank you, Rochester. And don't forget to serve the caviar first.
No caviar tonight, boss.
Why?
That Sturgis name was Louis, not Louise.
Oh, well, then we'll just have cocktails.
Mr. Stern, would you consider it an imposition if we asked you to play a number for us before dinner?
Oh, that would be wonderful.
I'd be happy to play for you. As a matter of fact, sheer coincidence, of course, I just happened to bring my violin and accompanist with me tonight.
My birthday, they could have at least asked me. I would have refused anyway.
Who's going to take that chance?
Never mind.
Is there any composition you'd care to hear in particular?
Mr. Stern, in your repertoire, do you happen to know Open the Door, Richard?
What? Ronnie, how can you suggest such a thing? Mr. Stern, there's one number I always love to hear on the violin. It's the Wieniawski Concerto.
Oh, that's my favorite number, too. How about it, Mr. Stern?
Oh, I'd be very happy to play that.
Mr. Stern, that was really excellent. John Garfield couldn't have played it better.
Jack, if you're referring to the picture Humoresque, where John Garfield was a violinist, Mr. Stern did the playing.
Oh, yes, I should have known. You know, Mr. Stern, it's wonderful how in pictures they can always get somebody to do something for somebody else. In Lost Weekend, Phil Harris did the drinking for Ray Milland. I mean, for that, they gave him an Oscar.
The blue lip?
No, red eyes. And by the way, Ronnie, speaking of pictures, you know, I saw the preview of your new one, the late George Apley, and it was simply wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Just recently I saw one of your pictures, too.
Which one?
The Late Horn Blows at Midnight.
Oh. When did you see it?
He went to the funeral.
Quiet. And now, folks, with a little encouragement, I'll be glad to play a violin solo.
Dinner served.
Thank you, Manchester.
Well, as long as it's on the table, we might as well go in. Come on, everybody. Come on.
Hey, Jackson, this is the best grub you've ever had at your house.
Yes, Jack, I've never tasted such good food.
Yeah, what food? These things melt in your mouth.
Dennis, those are ice cubes. Anyway, I'm glad you're all enjoying it. After all, it's my birthday, and I thought I'd go all out.
You're not out a dime.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jack, this roast beef is simply delicious, isn't it, Benita?
Yes, I wonder if I dare ask for some more.
Certainly, there's more where that came from. Rochester, more roast beef, please.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Anybody want more butter for their baked potatoes?
Yes, bring in more butter.
Ronnie,
Yes?
slip the sugar bowl in your pocket. It's ours.
Anybody want more bread, carrots, peas?
Ronnie, what are you doing?
Emptying the sugar out of the bowl.
Oh, you needn't bother. That's ours, too.
Mr. Stern, why don't you put down the violin and eat something?
I thought somebody might ask me for an encore.
Oh, we'll have that after dinner.
You know, Benita, I think we've had Benny wrong all the time. This dinner's simply wonderful.
Now stop talking and let me eat.
Gee, I'm full.
Me too.
Oh, come on, don't stop. Now, eat some more, eat some more.
No, Jack, I couldn't eat another bite. And I'm not one to make speeches, but if I were king, love if I were king. I'm sorry. Jack, after this marvelous dinner, I want to tell you how much we appreciate your inviting us here.
My pleasure, I'm sure.
And Jack, this being your birthday, I want to take this opportunity of wishing you many, many happy returns.
Happy
Speech? Speech? Well, my friends, I'm so happy that you could all be here tonight on my birthday. I'm glad you enjoyed the dinner. And I hope that next year
All right, folks, you've all had a chance to taste the food. Now listen to me.
What?
This demonstration dinner was put on here tonight free of charge by the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company.
Wait a minute.
Quiet, Bob.
Get that goes double.
Demonstration dinner?
The Lifetime Pot, Pan, or Kettle is
Look,
available
Mr.
in
Brown.
different sizes ranging in price from $1.50 to $4.75.
Come on, Benito, let's get
No,
out of
you
here.
don't. Hey, Joe, lock the door.
Lock the door, don't you dare.
This is an outrage. We're going.
Going? There's one like you at every demonstration. You bloat yourself on free grub, then you want to leave. Joe, lock the window.
Now, wait a minute.
I knew this
Now,
would
here's
happen.
an important fact about the Lifetime Kettle. It's stainless steel. It's sturdy. I'll show you.
Not on my head.
Come on, Benito, let's go.
Ronnie, Benita. Mr. Stern, you can't go. Don't go, please. Wait. Look, Mary, it wasn't my fault. Honest, kids, I didn't know this was going to happen. Phil, you know I... Look, kids, answer me. Somebody say something.
Happy birthday to you.
These pots and pans are guaranteed for life and make a wonderful birthday gift for your wife.
Yeah, happy birthday. Everything happens to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, savings bonds are vitally important to the nation's battle against price inflation and for the future and welfare of us all. It is important that we continue to build financial security for ourselves and for our children. Protect your future. Buy extra bonds now. Thank you. Mr. Isaac Stern was accompanied at the piano by Mr. Alexander Zakin. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember LSMFT.
American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Here are the words of a man who's been an independent tobacco buyer for 29 years. Carl Hartfield of Greensburg, Kentucky, who said,
I can report what I've seen with my own eyes. At auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Good, ripe, prime leaf. Tobacco that's got real smoking quality. I've smoked Luckies for over 28 years.
Yes, season after season, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Hartfield can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I was never so embarrassed in my life.
It certainly was humiliating.
Yes.
And I had to play my violin here. I tried to anyway.
What an evening. But you know, Benita, that was a delicious dinner. And I was just thinking, you know that little party we're giving next Saturday?
Yes.
Do you think those men would...
Ronnie, you wouldn't dare.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
less than 3% of the population were in towns of more than 10,000. Most immigrants lived on the land, but cities were beginning to flourish. Revolutionary Philadelphia, with its 40,000 inhabitants, was the first colonial city in size. New York was second with 25,000. Boston, with 16,000, third. Charleston, the largest city of the South, numbered 12,000. America was growing. And in spite of all adversity, America was destined to continue its growth. Why? Possibly because America was a dream for freedom-loving people, then as it is today.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
How Green Was My Valley,
starring the original cast.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. And now here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. The Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater, the Star's own theater. Because the money they would ordinarily receive for appearing here, Gulf gives instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund for its needs and for the home now well under construction. You know, just 3 weeks and 2 days ago, the prized Academy Award was given to Darrell F. Zanuck's production, How Green Was My Valley. And tonight, in tribute, your Gulf Theater brings you the first radio presentation of this beautiful picture. Our stars, the original cast: Walter Pidgeon, Maureen O'Hara, Irving Pitchell, Sarah Allgood, Roddy McDowell, Reese Williams, and Donald Crisp, who won the Academy Award for his portrayal of Mr. Morgan. Before our curtain rises on Charles Tazewell's superb radio adaptation of How Green Was My Valley, I'd like to mention that when historians record the events of today, one of the most stirring chapters will be the story of how America's great industrial plants turned from peace to the production of weapons for the defense of democracy. And so it's only fitting that tonight we pay tribute to a group of men and women who have helped make this great work possible. They are the 2,496 employees of the Gulf Companies who, at this time, are receiving awards for long service. Ordinarily, these men and women would be honored in meetings of their fellows throughout the land. But today is not the time to spare. So their recognition is taking place in the oil fields, in refineries, offices, and laboratories, wherever their daily work takes them. In all, there are now more than 12,000 Gulf men and women who have received these awards. For more than a third of Gulf's employees have from 10 to 40 years of service to their credit. The veteran employees and all Gulf employees today are using the experience and knowledge gained during the years for the production, manufacture, and speedy distribution of ever finer petroleum products. Products that now help keep our planes flying, our tanks rolling, and our ships sailing. And we feel that in paying honor to our own people, we're at the same time honoring all of the people of America who are applying their many skills to our present great task. And so we say to the men and women of Gulf everywhere, congratulations. Keep up the good work. And now, How Green Was My Valley, starring the original cast. Oscar Bradley's lovely score sets the mood for this beautiful story of a man's childhood in Wales.
There is no fence nor hedge around time that is gone. You can go back and have what you like of it, if you can remember. And so I can close my eyes on my valley as it is today and see it as it was when I was a boy. Green it was then. In all Wales there was none so beautiful. Everything I ever learnt as a small boy came from my father, Willem Morgan, and I never found anything he ever told me to be wrong or worthless.
'Tis not only green, but a brave valley. You, my son, a true man of Wales, has never bowed his head or bent his knee to any conqueror.
Yes, Dada.
And my mother seemed to be always on the run, always the last to start a dinner and the first of all our family to finish. If my father was the head of our house, my mother was its heart.
Fight again. And when you come home, not a word shall you have from me, not even a look. Now then, drink this glass of buttermilk to keep up your strength.
Yes, Mama.
Yes, and as clear as the memory of Mother's voice is the picture of all of us sitting around the table. We were a big family, for I had 5 older brothers. They, like my father, were coal miners, and on Saturdays they would wash off the grime of the mines in great tubs of water brought by my mother and my sister Ann Harrod.
Wash your backs well, boys, or your mother won't let you in the house.
All that was in the early days of the colliery in my valley, when money was easily earned, when the black slag, the waste of the coal pits, made only a small blot on the green of my valley. But as the slag pile grew, so grew the avarice of the owners. Then, one day, the men gathered at the mine entrance to read a notice just posted, and their faces were sullen and their voices bitter. And that night at the table, my 5 brothers were silent and unsmiling, but my father went on eating quietly, feigning not to notice them. Suddenly, my brother Davy jumped to his feet and said, his voice shaking with anger,
"Do those fellows think we let them cut wages and not raise a hand to stop them?"
Davy's right, Father. The men are ready to strike if you say the word.
Enough, Yanto. You'll not be a party to nonsense. Enough now.
It is not enough, sir.
Oh, and I had no thought I would ever hear my own sons talking socialist nonsense.
I'm sorry, sir, but...
Quiet, will you? Hold your tongue at table until you have permission to speak.
I will speak against injustice anywhere, with permission or without it, Father.
Not in this house?
In this house and outside.
Leave the table, Owen.
I will leave the house.
I'm with you, Owen.
I too.
And I.
And I.
Will.
All of you, then. You have one more chance. Sit down, finish your dinner. I will say no more. Very well, then. Get your clothes and go.
Dada? Dada?
Yes. Yes, you, my son. I am fully aware and happy that you are still with me.
Yes, I was still with him, and I seldom left his side during the bitter weeks that followed. The groan and creak of the mine machinery died away into silence and was replaced by the groan and creak of men's voices. 22 long weeks the strike lasted, and as it moved into winter, the mood of the men grew uglier.
Anyone who's not with us is against us.
Any man who was not their friend became their enemy, and as my father had spoken against the strike, they came to blame him for what they themselves had brought about. At last, their desperation conquered reason, and a stone crashed through the window to fall at my mother's feet.
A rock through our window, is it? Or 'tis time someone talked sense to those men. Tell me, Hugh, is there a meeting tonight?
Yes, Mother, up in the hills. I heard them talking about it.
We'll go, you and I, but say not a word to your father. Tonight, I do the talking.
I remember how cold it was, how dark. As we came to the summit of the hill, the gale hit us with full force, blinding our eyes with the streaming downpour. The meeting was breaking up, and the men were moving away. My mother called to them over the rising tumult of the storm.
Wait, you men! Wait till you have heard me!
Who is it? Who are you?
I am Beth Morgan. I have come up here to tell you what I think of you all, because you are talking against my husband. You are a lot of cowards to go against him. He has done nothing against you, and he never would, and you know it well. There is one thing more I will say, and it is this. If harm comes to my Gwillem, I will find out the men, and I will kill them with my hands. And this I swear by God Almighty.
As Mother and I made our way back down the mountain, the wind shrieked through the trees over our heads, and the rain came down in torrents. As we crossed a small bridge, Mother grasped the rail for support, but the rotten wood broke under her weight. She pitched forward into the icy water, and I threw myself in after her to save her. So strong was the cold that for minutes I couldn't breathe. How long it was, I cannot tell, before I saw a light and heard the voices of the men. An eternity of time, an eternity of pain, an eternity of cold before merciful oblivion. I awoke in my bed by the window, and the window was open, and it was spring. Mr. Griffith, the minister, and Anharad, my sister, were by my bed, and whispering together.
What did the doctor say when he left?
He gave us small hope, Mr. Griffith. He said Hugh's legs were frozen to the bone. A year, 2 years, quiet in bed. But he wouldn't promise that he would ever walk again.
And your mother?
Oh, she is doing very well.
Shh. I think he's waking. Hello, Hugh.
Hello.
Just hello? Is that all? Oh. I think I know what's the matter. You weren't asleep, huh? You heard what your sister said about the doctor? Is that it?
Yes.
And you believed it?
Yes.
You want to walk again, don't you, Hugh? Then you must have faith. And if you have, you will walk, no matter what all the doctors say. Do you believe me, Hugh?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Good. Then, when the first daffodil appears up there on the mountain, you and I will go up to see it, won't we, huh?
Indeed we will, sir.
Indeed we will. Well, I must be going now. Bye-bye, Hugh.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Anharad.
Oh, Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
will you be coming to supper soon?
Later, when you are finished with doctors and such.
I will hurry them away then. There is good you are.
And you are very beautiful, Anharad.
I'm
sorry. I have no right to speak to you so.
If the right is mine to give, you have it.
I lay in bed and read books that Mr. Griffith brought me. All the noble books that have lived in my mind ever since. And young as I was, I also read the hearts of my sister Anharad and Mr. Griffith and learned that they were in love. Then, one day, Mr. Griffith came for me. I put on the clothes that had been waiting for so many months, and on his shoulders I rode up the mountain. It was a bright, windy morning, and nodding in the sunlight were patches of daffodils. Mr. Griffith put me down gently on my poor legs, walked a few steps away, then turned and said,
Now, Hugh, my lad, walk over to me.
But I can't.
Where's your faith, boy? Come, walk.
But...
I'm waiting, Hugh. Are you coming?
Yes. Yes, sir.
That's the boy. Easy now. Careful does it.
Look, Mr. Griffith, look, 'tis walking I am.
Of course you are. Didn't I say you would if you had faith?
I did it. Oh, I did it.
There's a good old man you are. You know, Hugh, you have been lucky. Lucky to suffer, and lucky to spend those weary months in your bed. For so God has given you the chance to make spirit within yourself. Just never forget that when you pray. Think well what you are saying, and make your thoughts into things that are solid. In that manner, your prayer will have strength, and that strength shall become a part of you, mind, body, and spirit. You've got your legs, Hugh, and the first duty of those new legs shall be to carry you to chapel next Sunday to give thanks for them.
And so, because I had faith, I walked again. And on the mountainside, I picked the first daffodils of springtime and took them home to my mother. In memory, I can still see them, standing in the doorway, my father and my brothers, their quarrel forgotten, and my mother her hair now as white as the winter snows from that terrible night, all watching me as I walked beside Mr. Griffith, my face as bright and shining as my daffodils. And as the spring made my valley green again, that dreadful winter was forgotten, and the strike at the mine was settled. Wheels that had grown rusty turned again, and miners laughed and called to each other as they went up the hill to the shaft. But not all the men, for there were too many now for the jobs open, and they learned that never again would there be work for them in their own valley. So it was with two of my brothers. So they went off to America.
America, my baby.
They've made up their minds, Beth, my girl. And maybe 'tis for the best. Who knows now?
It's so far away, Gwillem.
Still, there's no work in Wales. In Cardiff, the men are standing in line to have bread from the government. And that is not for a Morgan.
This is only the beginning. Owen and Ianta now. Then all of them will go. One after the other. All of them.
I will never leave you, Mama.
Yes, you. But if you should ever leave me, I'll be sorry I ever had babies.
Why did you have them?
Why? Goodness gracious, boy. Why, indeed? To keep my hands in water and my face to the fire, perhaps. Now go along with you and study your lessons for the school examination.
That school examination. How I worked with Mr. Griffith's help to pass it. He came over to our cottage every evening, and sitting by the fire and watching him was my sister Anne Harrod, hoping for his smile, or look, or slightest gesture. But Mr. Griffith feigned not to notice her, for her hand had been bespoken by Chesterton Evans, the mine owner's son. One night after lessons, Mr. Griffith went home to find her waiting at his house.
Aunt Harrod, you shouldn't be here.
I couldn't spend another night without knowing. What has happened? Is something wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, you know what I mean. Why have you changed towards me? Have I done anything?
No. The blame is mine. 'Tis good that you are going to marry Chesterton Evans. You could do no better.
Chesterton Evans. I don't want him. I want you.
Aunt Harrod, when I became a minister, I knew what it meant. It meant making it my whole life. That I was perfectly willing to do. But to share it with another. Do you think that I will have you going threadbare all your life, depending on the charity of others for your good meals, our children growing up in cast-off clothing? No. I think I would start to kill if I saw the white come into your hair 20 years before its time.
Why? Why would you start to kill? Are you a man or a saint?
I'm no saint, but I have a duty towards you. Let me do it.
Did I come here to hear sermons about your duty? Oh.
Aunt Harrod. Aunt Harrod!
And so Anne Harrod married Chesterton Evans and went away, and with her went some of the brightness of my valley, and Mr. Griffith seemed silent and strange. I remember thinking about them as I walked to school that first morning. I had my new pencil box and my books, but very little courage. What a frightened, miserable picture I must have been as I stood before the desk of Mr. Jonas, the master. I can still see his ugly face, and still hear his oily, sneering voice as he spoke to me over the noises of the schoolroom.
Quiet, quiet. So, you are the new boy, are you? And what a dirty little sweep it is. What's your name, boy?
You. Morgan.
You will address me as sir. I'll put a stick across your back.
I was very unhappy at the school, for in the classroom I was the object of Mr. Jonas' disdain and tyranny, and in the schoolyard I was the victim of the class bully. But after I'd returned home with a series of black eyes and bloody noses, my father secured the services of Di Bando, a prize fighter, and Di carefully taught me how to defend myself. Then there came the day when those lessons were put to use. It was in the schoolyard, and I had bested my worst tormentor. Suddenly, Mr. Jonas appeared, cane in hand, and he seized my jacket.
Softly now. Dear me, so our coal mining friend has been fighting with his betters. I think I know the treatment for that. Master Mervyn, will you be so good as to make her back? Thank you. Now, my dirty little sweep, please to bend across Mervyn's back. Now, I will teach you manners like this, and this, and this, and this, 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 this.
fainted long before Mr. Jonas finished the beating, and I crept home that night, my back cut and bleeding. I was in bed for some days, but although my father wished to call on Mr. Jonas, I refused to let him. Then, one day after I returned to school, the class was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Dibando the prize-fighter, dressed in his Sunday best, bowler hat and all.
45 in your book.
Good morning. Mr. Jonas, is it?
Yes, I am Mr. Jonas. What is it you want, sir?
Knowledge, Mr. Jonas. Now, how would you go about measuring a stick?
By its length, of course.
Then how would you take the measure of a man who would use a stick on a boy 1/3 his size?
Now, look here, I have no time.
Mr. Jonas, boxing is my subject, and happy I am to pass my knowledge on to you. Are you ready?
What do you mean?
Good. Then on with the lesson.
Get out of here.
Now, no man can call himself a good boxer unless he has a good straight left, like this.
Help! Help!
But always remember to follow up with the right.
Please!
But don't ever lower your arm like that, or you will leave yourself open for a right hook. Come, man, up with you.
Let go of me.
Oh, you can't win a fight lying on the floor.
Let go, I say.
Now, when you hit, put your shoulder into it, like this. And this, and this. But don't ever use this, because it's against the rules and breaks a man's nose.
And remembering still, I could tell you of the years that followed, of how I graduated, and then instead of going on to prepare myself for some profession, I chose to work with my father in the colliery. Yes, and go on to tell of my sister Anne Harrod, who left her husband and came back to the valley, pale, unhappy, and still loving Mr. Griffith. But those memories have almost been lost in one that still can be heard in my ears today. The hoarse screaming of the mine whistle, that dread warning of disaster, that called people from their houses and sent them running up the hill. There had been an accident on the lower level, and my father was among those missing.
This is the tunnel where he was working. You better give him your hand.
He's alive. He must be alive, Mr. Griffith.
Listen now. There. Did you hear something?
Yes, that way it was.
Past this slide of rock.
Quick, hurry, Di.
Give me room to swing the pick.
Careful! Here, you. Take this lantern and climb through.
Yes. Dada!
Yes. You.
Dada! We're here, Dada.
There is a good old man you are now. You, my son. I knew that you would find me. I knew, my boy.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Yes, there it was, my father died. Died, did I say? Men like my father cannot die. They are with us still, real in memory as they were real in flesh, loving and beloved forever. 60 bygone years of memory. And can I believe my friends all gone, when their voices are still a glory in my ears? Is my mother gone? She who knew the meaning of my family and taught us all to know it with her? And my brothers, with their courage and their strength? And my sister Anne Harrod, of the quiet grace and breathless beauty? Are they not a living truth forever in my mind? And Mr. Griffith, that one of rock and flame, who taught the meaning of friendship? Did my father die down in the mine? Is he not still with me in his quick understanding of my troubles, in the wisdom of the advice which I never found to be wrong or worthless?
It is not only green, but a brave valley. You, my son, a true man of Wales has never bowed his head or bent his knee to any conqueror. Mind you now?
Is my father dead? For if he is, then I am dead, and we are dead, and all of sense a mockery. Yes, how green was my valley then, and the valley of them that have gone.
So the curtain falls on How Green Was My Valley. Our thanks to Walter Pidgeon, Maureen O'Hara, Donald Crisp, Sarah Allgood, Roddy McDowell, Irving Pitchell, and Reese Williams for a movingly beautiful performance. And to Oscar Bradley for his great score. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in just about a minute, you're going to hear a message from Darrell F. Zanuck, producer of How Green Was My Valley. Meanwhile, suppose we listen to a young man who has this to say.
Friends, here's a little car saver tip that can do a lot to help ensure you dependable transportation for a long time. Do you know that driving your car, even for a short distance, without the full protection of proper lubrication, can easily cause more damage and wear than a long, hard trip with that protection? That's why it's a good idea to drive into your good Gulf dealers right away and let him Gulflex your car. The trained Gulflex man will replace the worn lubricants in your chassis and body wearing points with new lubricants. Not ordinary ones either, but 6 scientific lubricants especially developed by Gulf. These lubricants have outperformed competitive greases in both laboratory and road tests. So you can be sure your car is getting the car saver protection it needs. And the Gulflex man has master charts that indicate exactly which type of lubricant to use in each of the many points that must be protected. Gulflexing costs no more than an ordinary grease job. It's one of the most important ways in which your Gulf man can help you to take care of your car for your country.
And now it's a privilege to welcome to our stage Colonel Jason C. Joy of the 20th Century Fox Studios.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Darrell Zanuck, who produced How Green Was My Valley, has been detained in Washington, D.C., but he asked me to express the appreciation of the 20th Century Fox Company for this fine broadcast. I'd like to repeat the statement he made at the Academy Awards dinner, that no one man produces a picture such as How Green Was My Valley. It is the result, rather, of the collaboration of every member of the 20th Century Fox studio. On Mr. Zanuck's behalf, therefore, I wish to express the obligation of the company to John Ford for his masterful direction of the picture, to Richard Llewellyn, and to Philip Dunn for the inspiring book and the brilliant screenplay, and to all of the members of the cast. The fact that How Green Was My Valley won 5 separate Academy Awards testifies to the perfect cooperation and enthusiasm of everyone who worked on the picture, from prop man to star. We are all deeply honored, and thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Joy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we go, I want to tell you that...
Roger, what happened?
Oh, nothing, Bud. That's just Jack Benny rehearsing.
Jack Benny? You mean Jack's going to be on our show?
He is, if he can tear himself away from all the benefit appearances he's been giving night and day. So, ladies and gentlemen, treat yourselves to one of the funniest radio programs you've ever heard. Tune in next week on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Until next Sunday, then, this is Roger Pryor, speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying good night, everyone.
Americans, listen. Admiral Yamamoto, commander of the Japanese Navy, has boasted, "I shall not be content merely to capture Guam and the Philippines and occupy Hawaii and San Francisco. I shall also look forward to dictating peace to the United States in the White House." And 72 million Japanese back up his boast. Americans, give them your answer. Buy more defense bonds and stamps. Every dime, every dollar increases the fighting strength of your country, brings nearer the defeat of the enemy. So buy defense bonds and stamps and do your part to win the war. Pigeon is a Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star and will soon appear in their production of Mrs. Miniver, as will Reese Williams, Donald Crisp in Gay Sisters, a Warner Brothers picture, Sarah Allgood in This Above All, Maureen O'Hara in 10 Gentlemen from West Point, and Roddy McDowell in The Pied Piper, 20th Century Fox Productions. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Roth, Dee Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Coop Commander.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, guy?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, folks, does your vacuum cleaner Vic when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work? Except his Uncle Rupert. We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse for the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants. Goodbye.
Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Suki, where did you get that high, stiff collar? It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's actually comfortable, comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Suki in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck, huh?
Yes, come on, Zookie, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape. But I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, it's just the same, Mr. Blank. You will be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Now, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, be businesslike.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend. And we had a swim and a rub-down together. Wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What'd they want?
Well, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that'll be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man!
Thank you. I'm Mel Blanc.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I'll take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans. But, young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well then, start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute, Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Whoever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty'll be... What?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blank.
But I tell you,
Not a word now. I'll see you at the fair.
Gosh, I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman, and now I'm a male prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
When 2 is company, take it from me, a breath of trouble is very NG. Yes, indeed, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, may ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job. Yet anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath, even you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing.
And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder. Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask, you-know-what.
What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake.
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Now, look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give 'em dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yep. To each his bone. Why, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zuki.
You know they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah. Those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Zuki, I thought I'd never find you.
I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Mel is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
Yeah.
One of us has to eat up Mel's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Zuki, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? There's some marble cake. It's very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Zuki!
Huh? Oh, and Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am, as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh. I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blank, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zuki did.
Zuki? Oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blank.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blank, come out from under that counter.
Oh, I was just looking for Zuki.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hand. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I have to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
Oh, Mel, putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zuki ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zuki.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zuki, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yeah, Zuki, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's cement mixer, putty putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What's a Zookieism? Well, wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, have you wondered why opportunity stays away from your door? Perhaps a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has caught up with you. It's best to be on your guard. So do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and Q's. People should let them eat cake.
Reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath of sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One time comes, man will yet win. Brother may yet line up with brother.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Carl Sandburg, poet, historian, novelist. The minstrel voice of America, the teller of stories and the singer of songs. Recorded on his 79th birthday.
I've been on early and late, New York to the Golden Gate. And it looks like I'm never going to cease my wandering. There's a human spirit with the heights and depths to be found in Chesterton. The rich and the poor, robbers, murderers, hangmen, fathers and wild boys, mothers with the soft words for their babies, workmen on railroad steamboat ships, wanderers and lovers of home. They tell what life has been for them. It seems like every day when I'm at all in health after 15, I gotta go find the guitar and pluck a little out of finger. Go over old songs and new songs, and as long as I live, I'm going to be learning songs. Born from the road of tyrants beneath this western sky, we formed a new dominion, a land of liberty. So we shall live free, and such shall ever be. Huzzah, 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 for free America. Lift up your hands, ye heroes, and swear with proud disdain. For that would ensnare ye shall allay his snares in vain. Would you repent ye all her force, we will learn parade, and fight, and shout, and fight, for brave America. The call to hardship, toil, and combat runs like a blood-scarlet thread, woven through the story of our people. It has cost to build this nation. Willing men and women in struggle and risk, in self-denial and pain, in familiarity with sacrifice, wounds and death. Those living men of the past paid that cost. And all the record of American youth in the last war. Ooh. The Korea War, but more particularly the World War. Their ethics, their valor and endurance and imagination out of our era that it's so on so colossal a scale that very hard to get it. It hurries, and now I think in proportion to the population, there's many heroes now as there ever was. There is the man. But a long, long while from May to December, and the days go on when we reach September, and I have lost one too, and I walk a little lane, and I have not time. And the days turn to gold, and they greet me. September, November, and these golden days I spend with you. These precious days I've been asked lots of times, what do you mean out of life, Carl? What do you want most of all? The kind of cold. Well, I've been thinking about it, of course. All my life I've been thinking about what I want out of life. And, I guess I could say, mainly five things. To be out of jail, first of all, to be out of jail. This is a free country. Something pretty nice about being out of jail. Second, it's regular. Why not? And third, twilight hermit. And fourth, we'll say a little nice affection hither and yon over the American landscape. And then, maybe the fifth thing that I need. It seems like every day when I'm at all in health, I have to sing. And these golden days I'll spend with you. These precious days I'll spend with you. What do I miss most? That's 80, but I would still like to have that I had in 60. Most. At 60, I could still run 50 yards at a fair speed. And I could run up most any stairs. Now I walk very slowly up the stairs. Not that I got any heart condition, but their compensation. Seneca, the Roman philosopher, wrote about old age. I don't like the phrase. Frank Lloyd Wright and I are agreed that we have done some of our best work in our 70s, and he has done some of his best work in his 80s. I like the privilege of calling myself old if I like, but I don't like to be called old man. Because for one thing, I have a much younger heart for the things that the young love and enjoy over the world than most of the poets now setting forth their obscurantic lines. A whole lot of it is anti-democracy. The big general run of it, they'd be ashamed to write a poem for what they term the herd, the common people, politics, anything that might lead men to act. What they want is involved pleasure, high intellectual windings. They are latitudinous and sepulchral. The most women ain't never had no fun, just plain fun. When I was a boy, only, even in the small towns now, there's sidewalks, there's the concrete, sidewalks, and there's the streets that are concrete. Very few kids nowadays that have known the luxury of running barefoot in dust and mud. And going to a corner and playing with a gang of kids till 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and then going home and putting your feet under his pump. A luxury. As the years go by and longer, the more I feel sorry for those who have a few limbs and gotta have more. And never learn what Pascal mentioned, saying that the miseries of men come from not being able to sit alone in a quiet room. They have radio now, they gotta have TV. The books are enough for Pascal. You listen to the World Series. And unless you step out and turn the darn sound off, you think that we're just millions of men running around wondering how they get a shave. I use extra blades. Cigarettes will spoil your life, ruin your health, and kill your baby. Poor little innocent child. Just a mile All cigarettes are milder than all other cigarettes. It's the wonder of the age. I have often thought of the difficulties of running an apparatus that has its cultural phases, where in a radio station, a TV station, reaching millions of people a day, and in the going, 18, 20 hours a day, 52 weeks a year, 365 days, just endless, that pressure on them. What to feed the listening public? And there are some operators of stations who are indifferent. And then there are those who understand responsibility. Freedom to print whatever you want. Freedom to put human utterance out on the air for millions of people a year. That means responsibility, too. I was motion picture reviewer of the Chicago Daily News for 7 years. I wrote over 1,000 motion picture reviews. The number of classics among what they have produced out there, the number of classics is very low. Maybe 100. Certainly not more than 200. They don't take themselves seriously. The game of playing with the public. Most of them try to strike at the subconscious, the blood, rather than the brain, the primitive. Violence, sex, those are in most of the great dramas and novels of all time. But the stress on them out there is a little too great. Velvet precious, love me tenderly. Don't be cruel. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, Lincoln come out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness. Oh, Lincoln come out of the wilderness from Illinois. Oh, Lincoln come out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness, out of the wilderness. Out of the wilderness, out in Illinois. The American family of man runs through our song, and they give us the feel and atmosphere, the layout and lingo of regions, of breeds of men, of customs and slogans, in a manner and air not given in regular written. As a boy, politicians, the preachers, the 4th of July orators, they talked about Lincoln without going into details, in the vague figures, to me as a boy. And after I had written the rutabaga stories, I began asking why there was no good book about Lincoln for children. And I planned a book to be titled The Life of Lincoln for Young People. And then as I got into the material about his early life, I found there was so much that hadn't been presented as I would like to have had it presented to myself years previous. So I went to work on the prairie years and soon had him elected and on the way to Washington. And the work ended up in 6 volumes that had something like 1.5 million words. The book to follow, Always the Young Strangers, that book about the first 20 years of my life, Ladies, Ever the Winds of Chance, How They Bleed, Here and Yon. In that book now I'll be square, and when I meet a gal, it's midnight black hair, still a few bronze hairs, they're fitness of youth, and I think she's smarter than I am. She was Phi Beta Kappa at the University of Chicago. She'd run rings around me in chemistry and mathematics. Well, I'd tie up with her, and at last 48 years. When I was writing pretty cool poetry, they told me to go on. When Israel was in Egypt now, let my people go. I pray who are hard to goodness and let my people go. Go down the Moses, way down Egypt land, hello, let my people go. Out of 1922, when the Ku Klux Klan was going pretty big in Illinois, a man starts a restaurant. I was told in Peoria, Illinois. Puts a sign in front, 100% American. Another man starts a restaurant across the street and puts a sign in the window, 200% American. And the first one comes across the street and he says, what do you think you're trying to do here? You're looking for trouble? Brother, you got me wrong. You got me wrong. You hate only the Negroes and the Jews and the Catholics, but I hate the whole human race, without regard to race, creed, or color. One of these days I travel back. So when you and I, when you get down there, don't you the family of man. The family of man. There have always been egotists and madmen in the history of mankind. It's not beyond possibility that there will be the atomic war that will obliterate human life on the planet. The question is baffling. This is one crisis, the latest one. There have been others in the making of this nation. It has cost to build this nation. The living men of the past paid that cost. My children and yours have been given this heritage, this land of ours, by their toil and struggle. And has it been worth the cost they paid? I think it has. Realistic men willing to throw in with all they had. And they did, yes. And we've got to let those who now are to shape the future know what the present time came from and what it's worth as a heritage. For we know when a nation goes down and never comes back, when a society or a civilization perishes, one condition may always be found. They forgot where they came from. They lost sight of what brought them along. The hard beginnings were forgotten, and the struggles farther along. When the question is asked, why do you favor the democratic system when it holds so much waste, corruption, demagoguery, and other evils? We answer, because we have looked over all the other systems, found that they too have waste, corruption, demagoguery, and other evils, and we take our chances on the democratic system because of what it has that the other systems don't have. And in no other system can a man do so many different kinds of things and get away with it, and get paid for it. So long as he isn't interfering with other fields, he always has the alibi. This is a free country, ain't it? Personal freedom, a wide range of individual expression, with complete respect for the human mind and the human personality. This is the ideal of the democratic system. In all the literature, the documents of democracy, you can find this respect, this hope, this attitude of reverence towards the fullest possible flowering of each human personality. President Lincoln enjoyed quoting the Irishman who said, "In this country, every man is as good as the next one, and for the matter of that, a little better."
Carl Sandburg at 79. Historian, novelist, American minstrel, seeker of the American dream, and poet. His favorite poem, it's a whole book called The People Yet. And here are some lines. The people will live on, the learning and blundering people will live on. They will be tricked and sold and again sold, and go back to the American earth for loopholes. The people supposed to kill and renew and come back. You can't laugh off the capacity that takes. Brother may yet line up with brother. There are men who can't be bought. There are women beyond purchase. The fire going out of the home and fire. The stars make no noise. You can't hinder the wind from blowing. Time is a great teacher. You can live without hope. In the darkness, with a great bundle of grief, the people march. In the night, and overhead a shovel of stars for peace, the people march. Where to? What next? Where to? What next? You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Carl Sandburg, American Minstrel, recorded for Mr. Sandburg's 79th birthday by Joseph Werschba, edited in association with Tom Perkins, and produced in New York by Paul Roberts. Acknowledgements are made to Mr. Gregory D'Alessio and to Harcourt Brace and Company, publishers of Mr. Sandburg's work. This is Dan McDonald, inviting you to listen again each week at this time to the CBS Radio Workshop.
Love, careless love, careless love, careless love. See what love has done to me.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads brings you the premiere performance of a new musical play by Lawrence and Lee, Birthday, starring Gordon MacRae and his charming guest, Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another musical first is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and the multitude of other things you use in your daily life. The same railroads that bring you the finest in safe, comfortable, all-weather transportation at low cost. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lucille Norman joins me as we bring you a delightful new play with music, Birthday. a funny thing. We always think of a birthday as a day of cakes and candles, presents and congratulations, and we forget what it really means. Day of birth. Well, I want to tell you about a very special birthday. It began on an ordinary Monday morning. I was staring at myself in the shaving mirror the way men do just before the last bit of lather disappears. And suddenly, I knew today was the day. It's a wonderful world. I'm just walking on air. It's a wonderful world. I've got more than my share. Baby, I must be lucky through and through. 'Cause it's a wonderful world, loving wonderful you. Honey, Betty, how you feel this morning? Do you think this is going to be... Hey, Betty, where are you?
In the kitchen, Jeff. Coffee will be in a minute.
Oh, sweetheart, I could have fixed the coffee. You should have stayed in bed.
On a day like this? Have you looked outside, Jeff? There are buds on the trees, and the air is so clear and sweet you can taste it.
You're all right, aren't you, honey?
Sure. Here's your juice.
You're not scared?
Of course not.
That's the way to talk. Nothing to be afraid of. It's the most normal thing that could ever happen to anybody, right?
Here's your coffee, Jeff.
You know, I've got a very strong feeling that today is going to be the day. A man gets a feeling about things like this, you know.
Will you be disappointed if it's a girl, Jeff?
Oh, no. I won't even be disappointed if it's a boy.
Isn't it funny that we call it it?
Now, look, sweetheart, about today. If it happens today, I'm not going to be like all the pacing fathers in the funny papers and in B movies. We're going to treat this just like a regular, ordinary day, okay?
Okay.
After all, being born could happen to anybody. Now, look, if you start to feel funny, call me at the office, and I'll get you to a hospital right away.
Good.
One thing, honey, you realize this is costing a lot of money, so we ought to economize on the unimportant things like flowers.
Oh, I don't want any flowers. Promise me you won't waste money on flowers. That's silly.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Bye for now, honey.
Bye. Gee, I wonder if you'll like us, young Mr. Yet-to-be, or Miss Yet-to-be. Will you like our lullabies? Until you arrive, little unknown, I guess I'll have to practice rocking a sofa pillow.
I tried to walk down the street with the average stride of an average guy on an average day. But I guess there was an extra bounce in my step.
Day the day, Jeff?
Oh, hiya, Marie. Could be.
How's your Mrs. TJ?
Oh, she's blooming, Gus. Just blooming. This day must be my red letter day. Everything has such a rosy glow. Never knew a better day. There's a new one coming. I feel like humming. It's a wonderful world. I'm just walking on air. Talk of heaven on earth. I've got more than my share. People kind of God with me all the dream. I'm so happy 'cause my family's gonna be three. Loving for one, loving for two. Now I've got love enough for 1, 2, 3. When I arrived at the office, little cubbyhole where I work as an accountant, with my name in the door, C. T.J. Smith, well, the phone was jangling as if it was having a nervous fit. Hello, T.J. Smith speaking. Oh, hello, honey. Anything wrong? Oh, I'll be right there. You lie down, nothing to worry about. I'll have you at the hospital before you know it. Happy birthday to it. Dr. Adamson. How is she?
Fine, not a thing to worry about.
She amazes me. She just turned and she said, I'll be seeing you, Jeff. And then she walked in there, calm and cool as anything.
Good for her. Now you realize, young man, that there may be a long wait. Probably won't be any news until late afternoon.
Oh, I don't plan to hang around here. I'm going back to the office. Business as usual.
That's sensible. Can I reach you there by phone?
Oh, sure. I won't bother you until you call me.
Fine.
Just like I told Betty, Doc, we're going to treat this whole thing as just a perfectly average, everyday Monday. You know something? I couldn't go back to the office. Not right away. I walked over to the park. It was a park that kind of belonged to Betty and me, and everywhere I looked, at the little merry-go-round, at the trees, at the tiny lake, I saw Betty. Saw her face.
I'll be seeing you in all your familiar places. That this heart of mine embraces all day
In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut tree, the wishing well.
I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'd always think of you that way. I find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon that I'll be
I don't know how long I wandered around the park. Finally, I sat on a bench, fed the squirrels from a bag of peanuts, counted the branches on a tree, and listened to the music of the merry-go-round. Saw Father lift a little boy off the carousel, and the kid grabbed onto his father's hand and clung for dear life.
Time to go home, Billy.
Your little boy?
Yep.
How old is he?
2.5.
I'm going to have a kid like that in about two and a half years.
Huh?
Well, you see, he isn't born yet. Quite. Or maybe it's a she. You never know for sure.
Let's go home, Billy. Come here, I'll buy you a balloon.
Well, I watched the kid take the balloon in his hand as if he was holding a little world all of his own on a penny string. Then I rushed over and bought a balloon and handed it to a little fella beside me. Little fella wasn't there. Balloon, little world, rose up into the sky. A tiny red globe sailing higher and higher. And I sang a song to my child who wasn't born yet.
Now here's a day for lost speeches. Your age is almost 0 years. I do not know your sex or size, the color of your hair or eyes, and though we haven't met as yet, we shall before the sun has set. It's time you deign to doff your shyness and grant us audience, your highness. You may be sorry that you chose
Musical First is brought to you by the American Railroad. The same railroads that bring you the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and a multitude of other things you use in your daily life. The same railroads that bring you the finest in safe, comfortable, all-weather transportation at low cost. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lucille Norman joins me as we bring you a delightful new play with music, Birthday. It's a funny thing. We always think of a birthday as a day of cakes and candles, presents and congratulations, and we forget what it really means. Day of birth. Well, I want to tell you about a very special birthday. It began on an ordinary Monday morning. I was staring at myself in the shaving mirror the way men do just before the last bit of lather disappears. Suddenly, I knew. Today was the day. It's a wonderful world. I'm just walking on air. It's a wonderful world. I've got more than my share. Baby, I must be lucky through and through. 'Cause it's a wonderful world, loving wonderful you. Honey, Betty, how you feel this morning? Do you think this is going to be... Hey, Betty, where are you?
In the kitchen, Jeff. Coffee will be in a minute.
Oh, sweetheart, I could have fixed the coffee. You should have stayed in bed.
On a day like this? Have you looked outside, Jeff? There are buds on the trees, and the air is so clear and sweet you can taste it.
You're all right, aren't you, honey?
Sure. Use your juice.
You're not scared?
Of course not.
That's the way to talk. Nothing to be afraid of. It's the most normal thing that could ever happen to anybody, right?
Here's your coffee, Jeff.
You know, I've got a very strong feeling that today is going to be the day. A man gets a feeling about things like this, you know.
Will you be disappointed if it's a girl, Jeff?
Oh, no. I won't even be disappointed if it's a boy.
Isn't it funny that we call it it?
Yeah. Now, look, sweetheart, about today. If it happens today, I'm not going to be like all the pacing fathers.
Simply increasing their efficiency, spending on the average more than $1 billion a year for research and new equipment and facilities of all kinds. As a result, you and your neighbors, wherever you live, will share ever more widely in all the good things to come from an even stronger America, served by ever better, more efficient railroads. Now here is Act Two of the new Lawrence and Lee play with music, Birthday, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest, Lucille Norman.
I rushed to the hospital. They told me the doctor was with her, and they just said wait. Felt so helpless, unable to do anything but hope and wait.
The hardest part of all is the waiting, and never knowing whether your hopes will come true. Still I keep praying. Why must they be forever delayed? Waiting and never knowing whether your fears have come
Isn't there any news, nurse?
The doctor will call as soon as there's anything definite.
What kind of complications are there?
I really don't know, Mr. Smith.
Well, isn't there anything I can do?
Perhaps a prayer.
Yeah, tell me. Is there a church around here someplace?
Right across the street.
Thanks, I'll be back. The dark out on the empty street, I remembered something Betty used to say. Love is the most important thing in the world. If you remember that, nothing can ever get you down. And there in the night, I heard her voice.
It's very clear our love is here to stay, not for a year, but ever and a day. The radio and the telephone and the movies that we know may just be passing fancy, and in time may go. But oh my dear, our love is here to stay. Together we're going a long, long way. In time the Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, they're only made of clay. But our love is
I went into the quiet church and kneeled and prayed humbly to my God. That's all I want to know.
She's resting very comfortably.
Thank the Lord.
Don't you want to hear about your son?
Son? I got a boy?
A fine boy. 7 pounds, 5 ounces.
Oh, did you hear that, everybody? I'm the father of a boy.
Got a name for him?
Well, I don't know if you ever heard what the TJ in my name stands for, Doc. Everybody calls me Jeff. But it's Thomas Jefferson Smith. So I got it all figured out what Junior's going to be called.
It's a big holiday everywhere, for the Smith family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Dwight David Eisenhower Smith. When he grows up, he never will stray, with a name like the one that he's got today. As he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Dwight David Eisenhower Smith. What a smile, and how he shows it, he'll keep happy all day long. What a name, I bet he knows it, with that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree, he'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Dwight David Eisenhower Smith? Yes, sirree, yes, sirree, yes, sirree, yes, sirree, yes, sirree, yes, sirree.
Mr. Smith, I thought you'd like to meet your son. Hello, baby. Hello, son. There. Now, is that comfortable? Oh, yes. There's somebody outside who wants to see you, too. Jeff.
Betty, I bought you this bouquet of roses.
So many. Jeff, you weren't supposed to. We were going to make this just a regular, ordinary kind of...
A day like this? Well, special.
Darling, how do you like your son?
He's beautiful. I guess. Happy birthday, boy.
Now we've got to sing a lullaby, Jeff, together. Oh, to sleep, go to sleep, baby, go to sleep.
Hush your cries, close your eyes, blue as stars.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely Lucille Norman will be back in just one moment. And meanwhile, our thanks to Isabel Jewell, Stanley Farrar, Fred Mackay, and to our entire company. Birthday was an original music play written especially for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this same time by the American Railroads. Marvin?
One good reason why America's railroads are the nation's #1 form of transportation is that for the 7th consecutive year, the railroads have set a new record in operating efficiency. And equally important as this progress itself are the reasons for it. Never-ending research to find better ways to do the job. Expert professional railroad management alert to put research results into practice. And private investment on a huge scale. As long as these practices are encouraged and permitted to flourish, America's railroads will continue to be the cornerstone of our vital transportation system.
Thank you, Marvin. Well, Lucille, you were wonderful, especially on the lullaby.
Oh, thank you, Gordon. You're doing the lullaby bit right now, aren't you, Dad?
Yes. There's a brand new baby boy at our house. Yes, sirree.
What's his name?
Robert Bruce McRae.
Well.
He's Irish.
Happy birthday, R.B. Well, what's on the show train next week, Father?
Lucy, here's a hint.
Put on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it while I did go down into the shade.
You and I, Lucy, are going to tell the wonderful story of the wonderful one-horse shade.
Wouldn't miss it. Good night, Gordon.
All aboard!
Well, dear friends, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night, and another musical first, on behalf of the other members of the cast and of the American Railroad, this is your friend, Gordon MacRae, saying good night.
Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad, and reminding you that cerebral palsy is one of the greatest cripplers of mankind. But medical science has learned how to bring new help and hope to the hundreds of thousands of cerebral palsy sufferers in America. Won't you help by supporting the National United Cerebral Palsy Campaign during May? Now stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Tonight, The Voice of Firestone features Dorothy Warren Scholl and Robert Rounsdale on the NBC Radio Network.
A Piece of Cake, adapted for radio by Josephine Bruce, from the novel by Charles Anthony. Marpleton is an unspoilt little village on the Hampshire coast between Lymington and Christchurch, looking south towards the Needles, which gleam when the sun catches the three great razorbacks against the sky. In his retirement from the Navy, Lieutenant Commander Peter Wilson, R.N., has found a home in this country backwater for himself, his wife Margaret, his daughter Elizabeth, and his factotum, leading able seaman Tigo Strip, also ex-R.N. Marpleton, as Peter says, is one of those places where the elephants come to die, if they can afford it. A Piece of Cake.
Oh, morning, Matt.
Oh, dear, she's left her gym shoes out. Dirty, too.
Oh, I'll give him a quick clean-up, ma'am.
Yes, do.
Liz, darling, turn off that thing and come down to breakfast. It's nearly 8 and the bus goes at 9, you know.
Really? Hello, you puss. Here's your milk.
2 eggs each I dump for Miss Liz and the commander, ma'am.
Oh, God. Oh, thank heavens they're laying well. Over the hens, I mean.
Oh, yes, and they wind up his less for their own pleasure. Commander's down feeding of them now. Shall I fetch him in?
Oh, yes, do, please, Strip.
Liz!
Sorry, Mother. My suitcase wouldn't zip. Oh. Where's Pa? Oh, he'll be in a minute. Start, do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's your coffee. There's not too much time.
Thanks. Oh, morning, you puss. 4 letters for Pa. Lucky doll.
Yes. Only one looks openable, though.
Bills, you mean? Oh, Lord.
Not to worry, darling. Toast. He's going up about a job on Monday.
Oh, grand. Oh, that reminds me. You're going over to the Kemp's drink party tonight, aren't you?
Consolation for your going back to school.
Well, give my love to Natalie Kemp and to Larry Kemp. I think he's rather cool.
Do you, Liz? Yes, he's quite cool, I agree.
Well, even though he is middle-aged, he's got something.
Talking about me?
Naturally, Peter. Coffee, love.
Oh, thanks. Well, those'll keep. Oh, blast. Liz, darling, I can't drive you to the bus. Carrington's ringing me at 9. Says be sure to be here. He won't be at his office today.
Oh, Pa!
I'll drive you instead.
Right. Goodbye, my dearest you puss. Now, be good. And don't have kittens till the Christmas halls. Oh, Pa, darling. Goodbye. Fabulous holidays. Oh, good luck on Monday.
Bless you, Liz. Don't murder Mademoiselle Labouche this term. They don't like it in the best schools.
I'll try to restrain myself for your sake. Bye, Pa, darling. See you.
Good term, Liz, darling. Bye.
A light, sir?
Ah, thanks.
Oh, we'll be missing Miss Liz.
Yes, we shall.
Still, Christmas be along for you knowing.
Yes, so it will. Yes, Strip, it will.
Commander Wilson's residence? Oh, yes, sir, he's here. Hold on a minute. He may be in his study. Oh, no, here he is. Commander Carrington, sir.
Steady my foot. Thanks, Strip. Hello? Oh, Carrington, hello. Oh. Yes, I see, it's off. No, of course, naturally. I see. Yes, well, I was coming up anyway. Oh, you do? Right, I'll ring you Monday. Can do. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, some more coffee, sir.
Thanks, Strip.
Well, sir, I'll go and get some taters in.
Right. Oh, damn.
She's off, darling. Just caught it. Oh, dear. I do hate these parties.
Know.
What about Carrington? Has he run?
Yes, but no go, this one. New line.
Oh.
But I'm seeing him on Monday anyway.
Oh, God. And you sent her love. Well, tonight, gins with Larry and Natalie, yes? It'll help. I can wear my little black number with the cultured pearls.
Yes, rather, darling. Keeping up with the Kemps. Oh, Daddy's showing us over the yacht on Sunday, don't forget, at Hurst.
Well, here's Pomona.
By Jove, you've got something here, Rocky fella. She's a beauty. And a fast beauty at that. What, 18 knots or so, isn't she?
Oh, good heavens, no. 13, perhaps, at a pinch. Well, that's a good deal faster than most. She's diesel, of course.
Come and have a look round. I do envy you both, Natalie. You won't have to for long, we hope.
Well, this way, ladies and gents, and mind your heads, please. She steers easily, and she'll turn on her heel if you want her to.
Very tidy job, sir. Very tidy.
Glad you approve, Strip. You and the commander are the experts. Come on, Margaret, I want you to see the saloon. Natalie, it's lovely. So cozy, armchairs and everything. I love the duck egg blue. And your chintz is all your own work.
Yes, she spared me nothing but the best.
I say.
Then further aft, owner's cabin and bath.
Very swish. All the comforts of home.
And up far there's the galley.
Oh, and the cooker, too. That's what sold it to me.
I can't afford to take her out often, of course, but we might once before I sell her. You like to come?
I'll see if I can hold you to that.
Where would we go?
Oh, anywhere you like. There's plenty of fuel. Take you over the other side if the weather holds.
Done.
Look, I've got a few charts here. Perhaps you'd like to take a glance. Here you are.
Oh, Admiralty chart, I see.
Yeah. Look, Flamanville to Saint-Marcouf. That shows Barfleur. Cherbourg there in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
There's Barfleur and Saint-Vaast over on the east of the peninsula. Aumonville here to the west of Cherbourg.
Yes, I see. Almost due south of this coast.
Yeah. You know, I always thought Aumonville would be a good place to do a bit of racketeering from if one were interested in defrauding the revenue.
Smuggling?
I thought you yachtsmen fluttered your eyelashes and came all over queer if anyone so much as mentioned such a thing as smuggling.
Oh, good heavens, man, I'm not thinking of trying it. But it's the nearest place from this part of the world. Just where we are now, in fact. As you said, almost due south of the Gulf lies. Just about 60 miles.
Well, I suppose there must have been a lot of smuggling around about in the old days.
Yes, in the old days there must.
Of course, nowadays, with a fast boat, it'd be an easy run, in the dark.
Oh, but no one can get away with it nowadays. Except by a colossal fluke.
Yes.
Well, who's for the shore?
Well, the wind's getting up a bit.
Oh, yes, it is getting a bit chilly.
Poor old Pomona. It's a shame to have to keep her here. Well, we'll take her on one last little farewell trip. How about tomorrow?
Sorry, got to go to London.
Hello, Peter. What are you doing in these parts?
Going for a drink at my club. Join me?
Fine. As a matter of fact, you're just the fellow I wanted to see.
Oh? Well, come in, do. Here are a couple of chairs. Now, what'll you have?
Pink gin, please.
2 pink gins.
Sir. You know, I was thinking of ringing you tonight. How about the bread line?
Denuded of crust.
I was just talking about you.
Oh?
Well, I'll tell you. This chap, Bryce Jones.
Who?
Bryce Jones. I ran across him in Cornwall last summer. Very nicely placed. Large Bentley, expensive-looking wife. I ran into him again today.
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thank you, Collins.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, I told Bryce Jones I was ploughing the field and scattering, and he said, what a pity we hadn't met up again before I got bogged down, so to speak.
Oh, yes.
Well, it appears he's looking for a really trustworthy type. That's me, Peter. Or you. Ex-officer type, to help him with his show. Says the possibilities are unlimited for the right chap. Thousands, if you play it right. Expense sheets and all.
It sounds too good to be true, but where do I come in?
Well, I'm too involved myself, as you know. So it occurred to me, what about old Peter, just up his street? So I mentioned your name, and he's interested. Just the type, he thinks.
Well, I don't know much about his line of business. Would I qualify?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. He just wants a few details of your life and loves to date. That is, if you like the idea.
My dear laddie, I'd take anything on at this moment. Doorman at a nightclub, if necessary. Can I see him today?
No, not today. He's off to Paris this afternoon, but I'll send him your dossier and say Wilson is willing. That'll be it. No worry, it's on.
Your order, sir?
2 double pink gins, please, Collins.
Very good, sir.
More coffee, ma'am?
Oh, yes, please, Drew. A letter from Liz, Peter. She says Mademoiselle Labouche has grown a beard and will we send 2 rolling stones. Here, you read it.
Thanks. Dear Liz.
Coffee, sir, and the other post.
Oh, thanks. Put it there, will you?
Now, Peter, this Bryce Jones, it sounds a bit fishy to me. Bentleys and whatnot, expensive-looking wife. I shouldn't set too much store on it, darling. I'm sure Larry has any number of slick friends.
No, but...
Still, you never know. It's high time your luck turned.
Oh, true.
And this is just the sort of way things do bob up. Would we have to move, do you think?
No, that's the great beauty of it. I'd be able to do it all from here. Or not a car, probably, but that's expenses. That's the way to live nowadays, on an expense sheet. So Larry says.
Couldn't put me on it, I suppose.
Well, of course, darling. From now on, you're an overhead. And a highly presentable one, too. Very overhead.
So long as I'm not an overdraft.
Commander Wilson here. Oh, Mr. Bryce Jones, yes. Oh, would you not like to... Oh, I see. Of course. Certainly, of course I can. You'll send them before you go to the States. Fine, then I'll work them over. Of course, for Paris and Brussels. Right, I'll work on them. See you when you get back. I'll expect that, then. Yes. Fine. Goodbye.
Oh, Peter. Perhaps this is it at last, do you think?
I think so.
Oh, come in, Peter.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Larry's up in town on some mysterious business of his. I ought to have told you, but perhaps then you wouldn't have come.
Why not?
Oh, yes, why not? Larry's worried about Pomona. The buyer's fallen through, probably.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, since you're here, what about a drink? You must have something.
You know I never can resist a drink.
Pig. Here you are.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As a matter of fact, I did really want to have a word with you on your own, Peter.
Well, that's nice. What word?
I'm serious. To start with, how goes it with Bryce Jones?
Oh, on the whole, fine. He's in the States for a week or so, but I've got stuff to do for him already. No salary yet, but that's due any day now.
Oh, good. Because I just wanted to warn you. Don't go getting mixed up with any of Larry's wildcat schemes, Peter. I mean it.
But he has...
Larry's burnt himself badly once or twice. I should know. Leave us to our gardening and you stick to your advertising. We'll all be happier then.
Has Larry got something brewing then?
I don't know. But then even I never know with him. And I'm too fond of you not to say this just in case. You know I am, don't you, Peter?
It's decent of you, Natalie.
I don't know about that. Does the gypsy's warning rate a reward? Like this?
Natalie.
Larry!
What fun. I suppose I should chuck you out, Peter. I'm not risking any damage. Just go, will you? And don't bother to come back.
Larry. Natalie.
For God's sake, Larry, take that silly green hat off and explain what you mean by pouncing in like this. You must have seen Peter's car. I don't like being spied on.
You'd better go, Peter. It wouldn't take me half a minute to turn you into a jam omelette. One of these days I will, when it suits me. Now go away and keep away.
I'm extremely sorry, Larry. It's inadequate, but that's all I can say. Good night, Natalie.
Don't go. Let's try and be sensible about this. There's no need for all this drama.
No.
Get out!
Goodbye, Natalie. I beg your pardon, Larry. Both of you.
Peter, here you are.
Yo-ho. Letters.
Coffee, darling.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Bank.
Perhaps something's been paid in.
No, afraid not.
Hmm?
Well, now for Bryce Jones. Good.
Oh, not good?
Not. Bryce Jones, full of apologies, but he's been talking things over with his principals in Paris. They've decided it's not quite the time for expanding their activities. Will, of course, contact me if things improve.
Oh, Peter.
Well, of course, I was a fool to pin my faith to a man I've never even met. And it seemed so absolutely on. I've banked on it.
I know, darling.
I'm worried about Strip. He won't go. But how can we pay him? Oh, I'll have to get a job on the roads. It pays quite well, they tell me.
With me on the streets, all our problems will be solved. Larry Kemp? Hello. Yes, we're just back. Yes, he's here. Peter, it's Larry.
Yes? No. This evening. Oh, Natalie's away. Oh, no. Sorry. Well, yes, if you really mean it. All right, see you then.
Well, what goes?
Larry wants a chat. His buyers finally let him down about Pomona. Natalie's away. I'd better go over, I suppose.
It seems to be the mutual let-down day. Yes, you go along and comfort him, darling. Perhaps he may have a slant on Bryce Jones.
Ah, he might at that. Au revoir, darling.
Look here, Peter. I'm in a hell of a mess.
Oh, who isn't?
Things are coming to the boil, Peter. I shall want some help.
Well, go ahead.
Drink?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You You may have wondered when I rang you this morning, but Pomona's sale falling through. Well, one moment I had 15,000, and the next day more. And nothing else negotiable at the moment. Now, I've got to have some cash to tide me over, so I'm thinking of using her for a little free trade.
Oh, smuggling, in other words.
Yes. Cheers.
Cheers. How do you propose to go about it?
Well, I shall run Pomona over to France and back here in the dark. We shan't get nabbed. She'll be back in our moorings before dawn. Now,
before you go on, laddie, I am not playing at smugglers. I'm still supposed to be a naval officer. I've got to go broke like a little gent, hearts of oak and all that sort of thing, you know what I mean.
I'm dead serious about this, Peter. Look here. Now, here's Hurst and the dear old shingle bank to Westford.
Yeah?
You know the place. Now, all we have to do is to bring the dinghy in and unload into the car. So someone would just have to be there at the crucial moment, that's all.
And that someone is me.
Oh, no. I want you in the Pomona. No, there'll be someone to load us the goods at Ormonville, which is the perfect spot for the job. It's a nice, secluded little cove. Deep water right up to the rocks at high tide.
Well, what is it you're thinking of bringing over? If it's booze, it's going to be damn bulky and heavy to handle.
You've got booze on the brain. Oh, no. Now, the cargo I'm interested in is nice and handy. What's more, it should bring in a cool 20,000 or so profit.
20,000? What's it all about? Uranium or drugs?
Watches, dear boy. Lovely gold watches. 1,000 in each suitcase. 200 to a tray.
Good Lord. Well, who's big brother in this? The bird who's going to provide the goods and dispose of them.
Well, let's call him the chief, shall we?
Not in Chicago, laddie, yet.
What name would you prefer?
Oh, I don't give a brass farthing. Call him Snodgrass if he's so coy. I once knew a parson of that name. Very upright character.
This chap is perfectly normal, like you and me. He's a bit unorthodox, perhaps, but in the money. Well, here's to Snodgrass, then.
It's sheer madness, Larry.
Look, wait a minute. After all, playing hide-and-seek with the customs has always been a comparatively gentlemanly kind of game on a small scale. Tiny chip off the revenue, a tiny piece of cake for us. Or have you got cold feet? Too cold to think of home comforts?
Oh, of course not. No. I'm on, laddie. I've got to be.
That's what I thought, good man.
But Margaret must not know. She'd have kittens.
Well, I could resurrect Bryce Jones. He telephoned me and you were here.
Could be. Yes.
He wants to see you in Paris for a few days. Simple. Piece of...
As you said, laddie, a piece of cake. Seed cake, as far as I'm concerned.
You haven't been sleeping at all well lately, Peter. You're worried about something, aren't you?
Oh, no, not really. Just the delay of a Bryce Jones.
But he's come up with some cash, after all. I did think he might be a bit of a phony, but I hope now, for both our sakes, I'm wrong.
It seems like it. He wants me to go over to Paris to meet his principals.
Oh, God, when?
Well, you can let me know. And send the funds for expenses.
No, I just hope it's soon, so you really know where you are and stop this high-tension stuff. Oh, I know. It's been a ghastly year for you, darling.
Oh, for you too, Margaret. I do realize that, you know.
I know, darling. But I'm okay as long as you are, always.
Hello? No, Lanny. Yes? Yes, sure. I'll come right away.
Have a drink.
Thank you.
As I said, complications. Snodgrass is out. He's ill. So I'm afraid it'll have to be you to collect in Paris and take the stuff to Cherbourg. You and Strip. 2 heavy cases.
What? But good Lord.
It's the only answer you don't.
It will not be us. I can't let Strip in for this lark in case anything went wrong. And anyway, who's going to take my place in Pomona?
That's all lined up.
Oh? Who's the new member of the club?
As a matter of fact, Peter, dear, it's me.
You infernal twister, Larry. You have had me for a mug between you, haven't you? Now, look, about Strip...
Strip will have gone off by the time you get back. Urgent message from Cornwall. A relative seriously ill. I had a quiet word with him yesterday.
Yesterday? Then you knew then?
Well, we thought it better to let Strip in on it, knowing what your views might be. He's delighted. Anything you're concerned in, you know. You see?
Oh, I see. Yes, I see.
And you can't get in touch with him. I've given him some cash. He'll be on your plane.
Blast you, Larry. But, Margaret...
Oh, Mrs. Plum will go over and stay with her while Strip's away.
You have got me nicely ditched, haven't you?
Well, I'm glad you see sense. Now, cash. Snodgrass has sent it. 100 should see you safely through, I think. And here's your plane reservation. Now, you pick up the bags in Paris. Here's the left luggage ticket. Very valuable document. Gare de Lyon. Might cause a lot of trouble in the wrong hands. Now, you'll have to go tomorrow. Can't let the cases be left in the left luggage a minute longer than necessary. And get to Cherbourg as soon as you can, will you? I've booked a room at the De la Mer Hotel.
Oh, you couple of crooks.
We'll come over the following night. ETA, 11 o'clock.
I'll have to switch Bryce Jones to Cherbourg for Margaret's benefit, damn you. Fortunately, she thinks him a bit funny in his ways already.
Well, that's that. Jolly good luck to us all.
Here's to crime.
Yes. I shall now return and tell me lies to Margaret. And I wish both of you a thoroughly sleepless night. Ah, Gare de Lyon. That was quick. We'll ask the taxi to wait. Come on, Strip. Two cases. Voici les billets.
Si, monsieur. 250 francs.
Oh. Je vois. Voilà. 500 francs.
Merci, monsieur Mille. Merci, moi. Voilà les deux valises. Oh, mon Dieu. Sont assez lourdes, vous savez.
Oui. Oh, elles sont. Here, Strip. Merci mille fois.
De quoi, monsieur?
You take one, I'll take the other.
Yes.
Saint-Lazare, et vite.
Saint-Lazare, et vite. Oui, monsieur.
Whew. Large smell of garlic. No gendarme on the scent, I think?
No, sir, not that I can see.
Blue car just behind us. Seems to be tagging on rather.
No reason he should, really.
No, only... Oh, I think we'll make it with a few minutes in hand.
Mastering morceau. Very quick, him. 15 francs. Merci, monsieur.
Yes, and mercy to you. Come on, Strip. Le 5 o'clock, 5 heures p.m., Cherbourg.
Par là, monsieur.
Merci. Strip, was that blue car behind us?
Yes, sir. I think he were.
Come on. That's it. Thanks, Strip. Oh, just made it. We'll stick here, Strip, and have our consommation à l'anglais.
Yes, sir. Well, here we are. Sherry, sandwiches and boiled eggs, coffee in the thermos, and a half of rum. Thought that might come in helpful.
Good man, Strip. Let's have it. Let's look at the cliffs of Aumobile. One of these railway photographs is of the Cap de la Hague.
Oh, will the weather keep up, sir?
Who's this chap? Looks like James Cagney.
Oh, wandering up and down. Yeah, he has been. I've seen him. Yeah.
I wonder.
This place not taken?
No, I don't think so. Let's have another sandwich, Strip.
Yes, sir. Been a bit peckish myself.
If you eat here, I will leave my papers to reserve my seat. Yes? While I go to the dining car.
By all means. Strip, he was staring at the reflection of our suitcases. He is following us.
He's a nasty-looking piece of work, I do say.
You know what I think? He's no detective. He's Snodgrass. Come to keep his eye on us. Nasty, pale green eyes, too, like peeled grapes. Of course he wouldn't trust us to play fair. Ill, my foot. It's Snodgrass, or one of his minions.
You've got the right of it, sir. This way he gets his job done for him. No risk to himself, like, but sees to it we're playing the game with him.
Well, exactly. Rather ingenious. I'll give Mr. Kemp a piece of my mind when I see him next. He must have known.
Sérénigny, Jean-Claude pour Cherbourg. Arrête prochain, Caen, Sérénigny, Leclerc, 45 pour Caen et Cherbourg.
Vous me permettez, monsieur?
Ah, mademoiselle, permettez-moi vos bagages.
Merci bien, monsieur. Merci bien.
Quite a lolly. I prefer to Snodgrass.
She got that.
Si, monsieur. I speak English. Vous êtes anglais, hein?
Yes. Nous allons passer quelques jours à Cherbourg. Nous avons... We're on a business visit, mademoiselle. Madame.
Oh, business, eh? I hope you will be very successful and have good weather.
Yes. Merci. Bit cold at present.
You stay in an hotel in Cherbourg, monsieur?
Yes, Hotel de Casino.
Ah, oui, le casino. C'est bon.
Oh, bon.
I hope you will like Cherbourg. Myself, I am from Perpignan. I find the people up here not so sympathetic.
Oh, well, why do you come here, then? Is your husband perhaps in the Navy?
You're very nearly right. He is a radio operator in the merchant marine. His ship has been at Le Havre. So now I pay a visit to my parents at Cherbourg. My father is Capitaine de Douane there, Captain of Customs.
Sorry, sir. Rum went down the wrong way.
Perhaps I alarmed your friend.
Oh, no, Mum, no. Just a rum go, that's all it were.
My papa will not be on duty when he meets the train. He will not search your cases.
Cherbourg. Here we are. Let me help you with your case.
Thank you. Merci mille fois. Oh, ma parapluie. It is caught under your case.
Here, Mum.
Thank you so much. Yours looks heavy to move.
Books, you know, books.
Mm-hmm.
Traveling in Bibles and religious works, solid weight.
Ah, yes, bien sûr. Ah, the good books. Ah, there is Papa. Papa, par ici. Au revoir, monsieur. Perhaps we can give you a lift to the casino.
No. No. Very kind of you. We have to meet a chap. I mean, he's meeting us. I mean, mustn't keep you. Do hope to see you again. Au revoir, madame.
À tout à l'heure, alors.
She would have to be the daughter of the customs man. And as you said, Strip, quite a lolly. But I hope we don't see her again. Oh, no porters. Well, let's hump these and find a taxi.
Bagage, monsieur. Ça y est. Vous désirez?
Hôtel de la Mer, s'il vous plaît. Snodgrass, or wherever he is, didn't come back?
No, sir. Oh, maybe he isn't Snodgrass. Saw him pass, though. Look this way, then he dodged off to the car park after the French lady.
Did he now? Car behind us. That's him, I think. Well, anyway, that should have thrown him. Yes, he's gone past the turning. Thank goodness. It's a gully little pub, I must say. As gay as a morgue. Tourism, bar, buffet froid. Oh, it's cold enough without that. Oh, shades of the Hotel de Casino, eh, Strip?
Just so, sir. Shades is right.
Carte franc, monsieur. Yes, of course. Voilà. Et pour vous.
Bien, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur.
Reservations pour Wilson?
Ah, Monsieur Wilson. Je brought les fish. Fill in these cards, please, monsieur, and bring them back, you please. Merci. Les clés.
Oh, bien
It is
sûr.
here. It is this door here. Garçon, numéro 28. Portez le bagage.
Oui, monsieur.
What a little home from home.
Yes, sir.
Well, here we are, aren't we? You take that bed strip. You better get a kip. We must be up early.
What did you say, sir?
I said we must make an early start. Lock the cases in the wardrobe and give me the key.
Yes, sir.
I'll set the alarm for 6:30. If we shall ever hear it above this din. Oh, well, Dante's Inferno, oh, Lord. Oh. Strip. Show a leg.
Huh?
We've got to get to Omonville and get the lay of the land. Tonight's the night. Or tomorrow. Or should be.
Weather's not too bad.
Suitcase is all right. The ones, I mean.
All safely stowed, sir. In the wardrobe. And locked.
Right, I'll take the key. Now get the fodder. We may need some time to recce at Omonville.
Yes, sir.
Strip. There's a gendarme. KP, blue overcoat, pistol and all. Wait.
Bonjour, Monsieur Wilson.
Nothing for it. Come on.
The copper's going.
J'espère. I hope you have slept well, you and your friend.
Oh, comme si, comme ça, as you say. Have you some trouble? The gendarme.
He collects these, les fiches. Registration form. Mm-hmm. They have nothing else to do at the sous-prefecture. It is out of season, you see.
Yes, I see. Yeah, come on, Strip. Pretty nippy.
Bit of a nor'easter, sir. Still, 'tis a clear sky.
Yes, well, we'll make for the inner harbor. There's a bridge there, and we should find a bus for Omonville. Police station. And the customs offices will pass by on the other side, I think.
Do look healthier on t'other bank, and no mistake, sir.
Here's the weather forecast on this board. Temps clair. Yes. Sea beautiful but unagitated. Wind 15 knots. Yes, but weather slowly worsening.
Oh, that ain't so good.
High tide 13:55 hours. Must try to get Larry, Mr. Kemp, over tonight.
Oh, ain't that the bus stop, sir? Oh, but no buses.
There's a taxi on the rank. We'll ask him. Excusez-moi. À quelle heure vont les autobus vers Omonville? Omonville.
Vous êtes anglais, non?
Ah oui.
There are only two a day, monsieur. One into Sherbrooke in the morning, one back to Omonville in the evening. In the summer it is different, but now she will have to take a taxi.
Yes. Combien alors?
20 francs, monsieur. And for waiting, 5 francs the hour.
Right, must do. Expensive, but it can't be helped. Time is of the essence.
What's he charging, sir?
About £2 to £3. Double that if we have to do it twice.
But, look, Mr. Kemp, give me a tenner, like. There's that to fall back on, sir.
Strip, Jorda. Oh, this chap's another sterling mass.
Le pont tournant was blown up by the Allemands. They have destroyed everything not already bombed.
You must have had a terrible time here in Cherbourg.
But yes, it was terrible. Boom, boom. Oh, my wife, she could not stand it. All the time. Boom, boom. À droite, monsieur. L'Arsenal de Cherbourg.
L'Arsenal de... the dockyard. Yes, I see. Je vois. The sea looks calm.
Today, yes. Not always. And the current's very strong. You walk along the path further along, you will see for yourself. When you dismount, it is the Sentier des Douaniers.
The customs officer's path.
There used to be contrebandier. Just smuggling. Not now, of course. When there's other things to do.
Oh, of course. Strip, I think we'll get off now and sniff out any customs lookouts.
Good thing to take it, Daniel.
Alors, we will stop, please.
Yes, monsieur. This is Graville.
Here, mon brave. Take this for now. Fine day, we'll hike. And have another trip with you tomorrow, maybe?
Merci bien, monsieur, merci bien. Follow that lane down there. À demain.
Well, now for the customs part. And Aumonville at last.
Seems pretty quiet, like. It's gone like a dove in some parts.
I hope that dog sleeps well at night. Rather an abusive type.
Well, maybe there's another way up out of Aumonville, sir.
I should think. We must try and find one. Maybe back of the farm we'd hit the Beaumont Road. Écoleville. Nice little village.
Signpost there says La Plage. That do mean the beach, don't it?
Yes. To the right. Come on. Seem to be more dogs than inhabitants. Mind. Here's an electrified fence to keep the cattle in.
Oh, I don't think to run into it now. Good thing you spotted it, sir.
Down this goat track. Ah, here's Mr. Kemp's cove. But it looks ideal.
Aye. Deep water right in the way it looks.
Natural breakwater, those rocks. Pomona will be able to nose right in.
Barbed wire. And there'll be a pillbox there, too.
Old defense stuff. I hope the beach hasn't any unexploded mines.
Look, we could get the cases to that there ledge of rocks, sir, not touching the beach. Further to seaward.
Good, Strip. Yes, and no need to use the dinghy. And look, that concrete bunker there. Nearly covered with brambles.
Oh, wow.
Here, let's have a look. Below ground level, good. Pretty dark. Nothing but dry bracken in it.
Go cover for the cases, sir, maybe.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Pretty strong flood tide. Those boats are having quite a fight of it.
Mr. Kemp will have to be bang on time.
Yes. Now, if there's a coast guard up at Aumonville Fort, he's got a pretty good view of this cove. You have to be very careful with the torch.
Those rocks there be fair cover on the breakwater.
Let's hope. Where's the bus Brefort? I can't see it.
Sir?
The Brefort boy.
Oh.
Mr. Kemp's got to get a good range on it if he's not going to pile up on the reefs coming in. Ah, there it is. Oh, thank heaven for that.
The fort, sir, would it be manned? Radar, so on?
I don't know, in peacetime. I'd certainly rather it wasn't precisely there. Look, there's a cafe open on the front. We'll have a drink, and I'll put a call through to Mr. Kemp, if they've a phone here. Deux calvados, s'il vous plaît, madame.
Bien sûr, monsieur.
Je puis téléphone?
Mais certainement, monsieur, si vous voulez.
Merci bien. Hello. This is Aumonville 035. I want to make a phone call to England. Yes. Pill. P-I-double-L. It's near Southampton. Yes, number 118.
Hello? Bill 118?
Larry, Peter.
What's up, Peter? You're early on it?
Look, can't you make it any sooner? Tonight, lovely this end.
What's the panic?
There are other reasons.
Well, can't we stick to the original arrangement? Forecast's good enough.
Not this end. You'd be a damn fool, I mean it.
Right, if you insist. I have to get cracking. That all?
No change. Not to bother with the pram, though. We can handle the baby without it. Get me? Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Sir, think we ought to be getting back.
What? Oh, yes, I see. Well, I must pay for our drinks.
Monsieur, but of course, we have met somewhere on the train, was it? Not from Paris. This is my friend Marcel.
Oh, enchanté, monsieur.
Oh, delighted. Yes, I remember. But didn't you get out on the way?
Just to take a little walk. That was all.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Here in the summer, you know, there are many English yachts, but in winter, no one comes.
Perhaps monsieur is on holiday. Perhaps here is a warmer climate than England.
My friend and I have some business in Cherbourg, but not until tomorrow, I think. So we are taking a little look at the country. The weather is so good, Marcel.
It seems to have improved.
Ça fait 5 francs, monsieur. Avec le Calvados. 8 francs, 20 centimes, monsieur.
Voila, 100 cents. I've just been telephoning my wife. She's, ill.
Oh, too bad. But she will be coming over here, I think I heard you say on the phone.
Oh, yes, I hope so. To Paris, if the weather keeps fine. The, baby is not a good sailor.
Ah, pauvre Pepe.
Yes, well, we must be off. Strip?
Yes, sir.
Goodbye. They are on our track, damn it.
Looks flipping like it, sir. See, there's the same blue car.
They've been on to us from the moment we left the Gare de Lyon. James Kegney kept the eye on us while Marcel drove to Cherbourg.
Cripes, they've stowed their car right alongside the door.
Yes, but they certainly don't seem like customs men. We've got to dodge them anyway. No panic, but PDQ. Thank heaven, here's a lorry. They can't see us from the cafe. Monsieur, vous allez à Cherbourg?
Oui, monsieur.
Pouvez-vous nous prendre dans votre voiture?
Volontiers. Pas d'autre place.
Ça ne fait rien. Nous sommes pressés.
Entrez, si vous aimez tant des poissons.
If we like fish. Pooh, what a stink. Mind, you're sitting on some conger eels or something.
Oh, so happy. Hey, you've not come out of the cafe, sir. That's funny.
No. Of course. They're checking up on my phone call. Ye gods, what an ass I am. Now, they've got Larry's address in England. They'll have got mine from the police, our registration cards from the hotel.
Afraid it looks like it, sir.
They must be customs men. Now what are we going to do?
Oh, maybe they're bound, sir. Look more like spivs to me. That way they mayn't have tracked us to the hotel yet.
Maybe not. I must phone Mr. Kemp again the minute we arrive and put him wise. We may have to chuck the whole thing.
Oh, do seem a pity, sir, having got this far.
Yes, but if they are customs, Pomona mustn't be within 5 miles of the French coast, or the Kemps will be for it and we'll all be in the soup. I must reach him before he leaves Bill.
That'll be almost any minute now, sir. Just past 2 o'clock.
Blast it. Merci bien. Et voilà pour vous.
Ah, ça n'a par exemple plaisir.
Kindly so. Now.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Oh, monsieur, madame.
I hope you have recovered from the train journey. Papa, these are the English gentlemen who traveled with me that I have told you about.
Monsieur. Fancy meeting you here.
Yes. I hardly expected to see you emerge from such a conveyance. Whew. What a fishy smell.
I hope you are being successful with your business here in Cherbourg. We do not have many English visitors in the winter. Are you concerned with fish, monsieur?
No. No. We found we can't, after all, do our business till tomorrow. So we took a walk along the coast, as it was so fine, and went, rather too far, didn't we, Strip?
Ah, great deal too far.
And there were no cars, so we returned with the fish, and quite near our hotel.
We are just waiting for the bridge. They are doing the Toué, that ship over there.
Ah, I see. Warping her out of the Bassin de Commerce, of course.
I am on my way back to my office, the douane.
Oh, yes. Interesting work, yours.
Look, we can cross now. The bridge is down.
Yes, come on, Strip.
I hope you found your hotel comfortable. A bit empty, I expect, at this time of the year. But it is good, le casino.
But the casino is this side, monsieur. You do not need to cross.
We went, after all, to the Hotel de la Mer. It was less expensive.
Oh, I see. Not so convenient, though, for men of business. Unless it is fish.
No, just for a night or so, not too bad. Mm-hmm. Well, we go this way. I hope we shall meet again.
We shall look out for you, monsieur. We shall look out for you with the fish, n'est-ce pas?
Yes. Frère, madame?
I shall send you a large bottle of eau de cologne to the Hôtel de la Mer. Au revoir, monsieur.
Oh, I hope not. Though she is a lolly.
Maybe it is a good thing she is a customs officer's daughter.
Aha, you may have something there, my dear Strip.
Monsieur, there were two gentlemen here this morning after Monsieur left.
Oh? Did they want me?
They told me some friends of theirs, Englishmen, had arrived in Cherbourg last night, but they did not know at which hotel they were staying. They thought it might be here. They asked to see the register.
Oh, yes?
I did not like their manner, so I did not show it to them. I asked them the name of their friends.
Did they tell you?
No, monsieur, they did not. They became angry. And I was forced to ask them to leave and to go to the police if they wanted information. And I thought it best to tell you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, very strange. I can't think who they can have been. Perhaps if they call again, you will be equally discreet.
They will not call again, monsieur. You may depend on that.
Ah, you are evidently most efficient.
Monsieur.
I find we shall have to leave this evening. May I have the bill?
Do you wish to catch the train for Paris? It goes about 5.
No. We shall not be leaving till later. Would you be good enough to send up some cold food for us and some beer while we pack? We have a business call to make en route.
But certainly, monsieur. Voila your bill, to include this buffet foie.
Merci. Voila. And this for yourself. This for yourself.
Merci infiniment, monsieur.
We've got to get a smart move on. I've paid the bill, food coming up, suitcases intact.
Oh, yes, sir, I think so. Use the key.
Yes. All correct. Plus smell of mothballs.
What may be your plan, sir?
Well, no answer from Pill. They've started. So?
We go full steam ahead.
Well, must, I think. So we're moving to the Hotel Casino. Cagney and Marcel have been inquiring here. The clerk turfed them out.
Oh, nosy frogs.
Somehow they know quite a lot. They want those cases.
Well, murder has been done for less. £30,000, Bennett?
Possibly more. No, they don't love the customs either. They've got on to Operation Snodgrass somehow.
Maybe. That's why he's ill, sir.
Good heavens, Strip, you may be right. Although, no. Then Snodgrass would have signaled Mr. Kemp to that effect when they made the change of plan. Good Lord, I wonder.
Getting dark, sir. Pomone will be setting out.
Pretty near. Though there's an hour's difference in time, of course. As soon as it is dark, we'll get a cab, dump our own stuff at the Casino Hotel, and take the cases on down to Aumonville. Entrez.
Your tray, sir. I bring it myself.
Merci.
I wish to tell you, I observed one of those not-so-nice gentlemen outside in the street just now. I hope there will be no trouble.
Well, if there is, I shall certainly call the police.
This I have already done, monsieur. That is to say, I have informed them of the existence of these types. The hotel does not wish any trouble, you understand.
Yes, that was very wise. Now, will you please order a taxi? We shall be right down.
Bien, monsieur, in a few minutes. Merci, monsieur.
Oh, blast. Cagney's outside. But we've got to make it. They've got the car, I expect. Turn off the light strip and have a look.
There's a car parked just down the street, sir. About 50 yards. Looks like it. Yes, it be, sure enough.
Here. Unpack my razor blades. And, here's a nice thick tumbler. That'll do. Sorry, Hotel de la Mer, but it's a nice slicing weapon, and more than paid for. Now, wrap the food in this paper. We'll take it with us.
They're tired, sir. You're going
get
to...
in the taxi with our cases. I'll try and dodge past their car, do the back tires, and then join you. Then, Hotel Casino.
Right, sir. Okay, sir.
Got both his back tires through to the bone, I think.
No, sir. He's following us.
Oh, damn. Plus vite, je suis en retard. Get down, he's shooting.
No, sir. No, his tire's gone. Devil of a bang. Oh, that's done him. He swung right over and stopped.
Oh, thank goodness. It'll take him at least 10 minutes to change his tires. Gives us a breather at any rate. I feel almost sorry for the blighter. It was Marcel alone, no sign of Cagney. No one tailing us now, unless they're disguised as two nuns in a minicar.
Oh, we can pass the Douarn. Oh, Lolly's pal wouldn't have to think us fishy now if he knew what we got in them bags.
Not half, he wouldn't. Attendez quelques minutes, puis nous allons vers Aumonville. Have you a room with 2 beds just for one night, medium price?
Yes, Monsieur, we have rooms.
Ah, bon.
If you will please to sign the registration.
I've got a taxi. Oh, all right.
Your passport, please.
I haven't time now. It's in my bag here. I'll give it to you later when I get back.
Bien, monsieur. Voilà your key.
Merci.
Numéro 58 on the 3rd floor. I will send your bag up.
Thank you. À bientôt. Keep still a minute. Can't see a thing. Drizzling, too. Oh, charming. Can't use the torch. Visibility nil. Listen. No. Nothing but the wind.
What's that, sir?
Lord, it's the control of the electric fence. They've forgotten to turn it off. No sign of life. Come on. 20 past 10 by my watch. Mr. Kemp will still be about 15 miles out. Oh, this darned case weighs a ton. How about yours?
The same, sir. Crikey, what's that, sir?
Ha! Put up a couple of goats. Never thought it'd take a goat to make my heart beat like a tom-tom.
Here's the air shelter, sir.
Yes. Now, come on, let's get the cases in. Oh, gosh, I'm soaked, aren't you? Pull this bracken away. We'll stow them under here. Now, shove the bracken back. That's it. Now, oh, blast, that bracken's sharp. I've cut my finger. Now, left a bit, down the track to the rocks.
Oh, we're in an angle here. Aumonville Fort won't see a signal.
No, and Larry will. Clear north and east. Well, anyway, whoever's onto us, we're free of the cases. We're just a couple of insane bird watchers, if we're asked.
Nearly at 11 o'clock, sir.
Well, I'll start signaling now.
Tide's getting high, sir. Just about full high tide.
What was that?
Oh, nothing, sir. I don't think it... Oh, sea's getting up.
What the hell can have happened? I've been signaling for an age.
Maybe Mr. Kemp can't see, sir, through this rain.
Oh, the battery's failing. Oh, damn. He'll have missed the tide for tonight. Now what? Can't lug these things back to Cherbourg. It'd look too odd.
Oh, leave the cases, sir. They're hidden safe enough and all this bracken. Mr. Kemp kind of managed the trip tonight, as you say, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, Strip. It's the only thing to do. Try again tomorrow night. I'll phone from the casino to Pill. But I'll be obliged if you'll tell me how we get back to Cherbourg now. 4 flat feet, I suppose. Oh, dear, Mr. Kemp. Oh, come on. Faut souffrir pour être belle.
Sir?
Oh, I said we're a couple of fools.
Oh, yes, sir.
Stop. Freeze. Do you see that?
Heard a footstep. Another goat.
Goats don't smoke. Footsteps been smoking a French cigarette. Now, quiet. Quick, away from our hideout. Up to the electric fence. Put on your gloves. He's right into the electric fence. Quick, it's Marcel, all right. Thank heaven, there's his car in the lane. Let's hope he's left the ignition key. He has begun. Silly little spiv. Wanted a quick getaway, but we've got it thanks to him. Oh, pauvre bébé. Oui?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Natalie. Where were you?
Thank heavens. We couldn't think how on earth to get hold of you.
What the hell went wrong?
Look, darling, go easy. We couldn't make it. Trouble was Pomona's heart. It'll be all right now. What about you?
On the rocks, literally. Think that out. You've got to come. I can't wait another night.
Really, Peter, someone might be listening.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. Can you or can't you? Now, my number's Cherbourg 093. Have you got that? Hotel de Casino 093.
Ring you if we can't. Otherwise, yes.
Now, you look for a change, Natalie. Someone's wise this end. You'll have to be damn quick. Tonight. Definitely. Or else. Did you understand about the pram?
Yes, darling. Brilliant.
Yeah, deep water we're in, aren't we? Tell Larry I'm not staying if you don't come, and that's that.
Clothes dry, sir. Oh, could do with a press. Was that the pill on the phone?
It was. Yes, they do look a bit corrugated, don't they? However, yes, tonight it is, unless they ring. Oh, confound it, I hope we weren't bugged. Mrs. Kemp says they had engine trouble and couldn't let us know. Okay. Tonight. I wonder. Entrez.
May I come in?
Madame, yes, do. Of course, come in.
Monsieur, I have something to tell you. You will be in trouble if you stay here in Cherbourg.
I don't understand. What sort of trouble?
I shouldn't be here. I should not tell you, but you and your friend were nice to me and well.
Oh, we did nothing for you, but do sit down, won't you?
No, thank you. I must not stay. But it is Papa. He is very angry, furious. He say if he could lay hands on the man who did it...
I don't understand.
No. He said that someone, he think it was you, stole his car last night.
What?
You know, out at Éculville.
What sort of a... I'm sorry, I'm not a thief. Why me?
Because, monsieur, when he found his car this morning by the avant-port, there was in it an English glove with a blood stain on it. Your finger is wounded, I see.
I did not steal a car, and I have not lost a glove. So you see, it must have been somebody else.
Please forgive me, monsieur. You must not tell anyone I have spoken to you, please. Papa is already very angry about the stoppage.
Stoppage? Stoppage? What of?
The douanier, monsieur. They refuse to work. They hit.
They hit. Ah, strike. Yes, the customs men. Do they, by Jove?
That is why he's out there himself last night. Then someone take his car. He is...
Very, very angry. Well, I don't blame him. The strike must be very difficult for him, too.
Yes, monsieur. That is why I warned you.
Well, I'm very grateful to you. Now, I wish I knew why your father thought it was me, though. Does he know my name?
No, monsieur.
Ah.
But I do.
Oh?
I asked them downstairs. Now must go. I've been too long already.
And what's your name?
It is Jacqueline, monsieur.
Uh-huh.
Why do you ask?
Well, because since I saw you in the train, since I didn't know your name, I've called you Lolly.
I heard you say this. I thought it means sweetie.
Oh, it does, of course, but no, it's short for Lollobrigida, the Italian actress. You look like her. She is very beautiful.
Oh, and do you often call people by the names of film stars, then?
Oh, only very special people. Anything the matter, Strip?
Oh, no, sir. Not at all. A bit of a cold.
What is your first name, monsieur?
Peter. Pierre.
Goodbye, then, Pierre. And bonne chance.
Au revoir et merci, Jacqueline. And what do you mean by making a noise like a maladjusted siphon, Strip?
Begging your pardon, sir. We're that Lollobrigida line and James Cagney. Special people.
Yes, I know, but Lolly is a little briquette. All the same, I pleased her.
Ah, you did. Pleased her no end.
You see what must have happened? That little brute Marcel pinched Papa's car when we made off in his. I dropped my bloodstained glove accidentally in that car. Dear Marcel finds it and plants it back in Papa's car. Oh, dear, clever Marcel.
Want to get a bit of his own back, seemingly.
And certainly has. Now, we may run into quite a reception committee at Aumonville if Cagney and Marcel are still on our trail.
Seems to me they got their noses close to the ground, them two. Still, all they do know is how the customs officer were down there last night. Marcel taking his car and leaving it where he did. Oh, it may frighten them off. Leastway, it's still too late, sir.
Well, anyway, Papa will be on his own. No minions to spread a net. That's one ray of light. Talking of which, we must shade the signal torch better. Don't risk anyone spotting it except from seaward. Now then, yes. Give me my hat and nail scissors.
Oh, sir. Mrs. Wilson give you that for your birthday special.
I know, Strip. There. Cut in the center of the crown. Torch. See? Now pull the base through from the inside. You see? Splendid screen. Plus the sweatband, too.
Oh, Mrs. Wilson, if ever you do tell her, she'll say that all that died in a good cause.
Now, we'll get hold of old Boom Boom. He seems to be pretty well the only taxi on tap, and we can trust him.
Bon, monsieur.
Alors, voilà, 30 francs. Wait, please. We may be some time. We shall return by midnight, I hope.
Merci bien, monsieur. I will wait.
No one. Yet. Give me the torch. Yeah. Case is here, thank God. That blasted Alsatian.
It's just about 11, sir, by my watch. Mona should be sighting in.
Yeah, should be. Here, take this case. Shh. What's that?
Another of they goats, sir, most like.
Oh, quiet as we can, down to the rocks. Give me the torch. Now my hat. Now pray Pomona's there, and Mr. Kemp's got his eyes skinned.
Oh, that's fine, sir. No light showing through your hat this side at all.
Oh, come on, Pomona.
Come on, Pomona. My gosh, she's here, I do believe.
I can just see her. Thank the Lord Almighty, I'll wave her in.
Careful, sir. You've got her in the beam.
Ahoy there, Peter.
Put that damn boat hook away and chuck me a line.
Here, catch this.
Right. Now mind Pomona doesn't bump a hole in herself.
Light showing, sir. Coming down this way.
Blast. Here, take the damn cases. Get them on board. We've been spotted. Get going, for God's sake.
You too, Peter. Things are going on up there. Jump. Quick, you ass. You too, Strip. Jump.
All that's damnable. You'll have to put us back. Well, me, anyway.
You crazy? Not with all your social contacts barking on the shore.
But, Larry, don't you see? Our passports and return tickets are in the hotel. Oh, all sorts of things. They'll go to the police if I don't turn up. They've got our address, registration slips, and Papa has my odd glove. Bloodstain.
Look, I don't know a thing about Papa or your bloodstained glove. Hope your tiny hand ain't frozen.
Oh, very funny.
But we must sort this out in slow time.
You were rather mugs to leave your passports and so on.
We were expecting to go back, remember?
Yes, Peter, dear. Well, that's the least of our worries at the moment.
Well, you'll have to ring them up and explain as soon as possible, of course. But we can't run you in there again, or anywhere else on this coast. Make up your mind about that. We may be kind of not popular just now.
Yes, make up your mind to that. Strip, be a lamb and go and make some tea and have some yourself.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Right away.
Peter, take over for a bit. I've got to get these two cases stowed right now. Steer north 14 east.
North 14 east.
Yeah, watch out for any trouble.
Your husband is a crafty old fox.
Yes, darling. And I am a crafty vixen.
Too true. And you both know I can't damn well turn round and go back.
None of us can now.
Way for Boy and La Platte. About 3 miles offshore now. No signs of pursuit yet.
Sea's getting up a bit. Oh, dear, I so love it when it's calm.
Well, cargo stowed, and I defy anyone to find it. Oh, there she goes. See anything, Sister Anne?
Not so far. Nothing but the La Platte lights. Yeah, it's pretty murky. How about getting a fix before we lose the lights?
Oh, you and your fixes. We'll be picking up St. Catherine's in a couple of hours. Now, what we want from you is an account of your stewardship. What was all that commotion on the beach, for heaven's sake? What's been eating your hat? Mice?
Très sweet.
Oh, damn funny. While you two have been sitting around at home, Strip and I have been doing your dirty work. You and your blasted Snodgrass. Pretty little fairy tale. He wasn't going to risk his skin, oh no, nor either of you. We've had one hell of a time.
Come below and have a nice hot tea and rum and tell us all your troubles. Strip can keep lookout. He'll have had some tea. Come on, Peter and Larry.
Strip, go up and keep a lookout. There's a good chap. Here are my glasses.
Yes, sir.
Here, Peter, drink up.
Well, Peter?
Well, Kemps. Listen, somebody followed us right from Paris to Cherbourg.
To think your pickup lolly should be the custom man's child. Poor Peter. She was just a douanier's daughter, but her love was duty-free. Better not tell Margaret.
There are quite a number of things I shan't be telling Margaret, thanks very much. Though what she's thinking now, God knows.
You seem to have stirred up quite a beehive. I wonder who the hell those two spibs really were.
Well, they may have been Snodgrass's stooges, making sure the stuff got away and on the right boat.
You know damn well they weren't. And I may as well tell you now, Snodgrass is out of it. No longer concerned, poor chap.
What the Was he backed right out, do you mean, or what?
Or what is right, Peter. He's dead.
How do you know?
I saw it in the paper, Tuesday. Gave me quite a turn.
Oh, why the hell didn't you tell me on the phone?
My dear chap, what difference would it have made? Only rattled you? And we couldn't leave you stranded with the loot and no means of getting it away.
My God. Then he was dead before Cagney and Marcel got to Cherbourg. Well, how would... Who are they?
Oh, wrong guys who somehow got wind of the operation. Swiss, most likely. I'm pretty sure Bryce Jones never employed anyone like them in this sort of racket.
Bryce Jones? He was Snodgrass. What a dolt. I might have guessed all along. You damn twister, Larry.
You have spilled the beans, my precious.
Oh, well, what's the odds now? Bryce Jones, Snodgrass. Under either name, he's just as dead.
Well, where do we go from here? You're mad not to ditch the stuff. I need the cash as much as you do, but you can't possibly dispose of it without him.
I'll do nothing of the sort. There's a fortune there. I can make my contacts slowly. My dear chap, instead of a couple of thousand, we've got 30. Probably much more. Think of it. It's...
A piece of cake, of course. Don't say it. I think you are a fool, Larry. The scheme might have worked with Snodgrass dealing with a side of life he knew. But now... Besides, I think they've bumped him off. Cagney and Co. I think they were in his racket, but they wanted the lot for themselves. Now they'll come and get it. They know where we live. Your troubles are just starting.
Summed up like a judge, but a bad one.
No, you know, Larry, I do think Peter's got something there.
Fiddlesticks. They'd never risk it.
Oh, do stop whinnying, darling. Obviously, several people were on Peter's tail. Short of advertising, he couldn't have got himself better publicity. And to crown it all, he goes and leaves the cases down in the shelter for 24 hours. Don't tell me they couldn't have made off with them if they'd wanted to.
If you'd clocked in on time instead of a day late, we should have been in the clear and no one any the wiser. Now look at us. No passports, they're locked in our bag with our clothes, and I bet every revenue cutter in the channel's out.
There is only one, and I happen to know she's laid up in Southampton.
Sir.
Oh, yes, Strip?
Sir, it's a small craft out there to starboard. Light's bearing down us pretty fast. Don't like the look of her.
I'll be on deck in a jiffy. Take her, will you, Nat?
Okay.
Give me the glasses, Strip.
Over to starboard, sir. See?
Yeah. Might be a launch or an MTB. We better get under his stern.
Come round to starboard, Nat. Right round, and ease her down a bit.
Lights perhaps 2 or 3 miles on our port quarter.
That'll do for a bit. Let's have another look at her.
Glasses?
Oh, thank you.
I don't feel as calm as you are. Probably by now we're not only suspected of smuggling, but murder as well. B.J. dead in a French hotel. Oh, come on, laddie. Ditching stations. It isn't worth the risk, damn it. If this chap's got radar, we've had it.
Here, Peter. Take this knife, go aft, and get off that strip of canvas over Pomona's name. Cut it adrift. It's lashed to a pair of staples each side of the counter. Now, hurry.
She'll be getting closer, sir. Only about a mile off now.
He's still showing her port light. I can't be too sure. She's a motorboat. Well, she might be. Look, Strip. There are 2 oil lamps in the wheelhouse. Light them and have them ready. If this chap comes much closer, I'll show them. We'll pretend the other lights are fused. We'll say we're on passage.
Canvas off.
Good. And tell Nat to get some speed on.
Right.
What the blazes are you playing at, Natalie?
Complete cutout, that's what.
Here, let me look. Oh, blast. Of all the cockeyed things to happen now, fuel.
I thought you said we'd plenty.
Well, so we have. One service tank's out of commission and the other must be dry. I'll have to pump her up from the reserve.
I'll go back on deck.
Yes, do. And if he hails us, say we're going up channel to Shoreham or somewhere, but our engine's died. And we do not, repeat not, require help. Got those lamps fixed, Strip?
Yes, sir.
Good. Have them at the ready. Not to show unless he hails.
Come up on deck, Strip.
Oh, got a rare bit of roll on.
God send he gets the damned engines going. The chap's not crossed our stern. About 20 degrees on our port quarter. Can see his wheelhouse now. Heading towards us, almost in line with the Needles. He must have radar. Strip.
Yes, sir.
Go and tell Mr. Kemp he's coming our way. Tell him to forget about the engines and drop the stuff over the side.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank God. Well done, Larry. Jolly good.
What's he doing, Peter? How far away?
He's sheared off, thank goodness.
Ah, that's a lucky break. Wonder who the devil he was. Now we must really step on it.
Panic over. Full speed ahead. Past the elbow, boy. No sign of the pilot vessel that I can see. All quiet so far. No boats at all.
Fine. Still got an hour or so of darkness.
We've done it.
Don't gloat too soon.
Now, as soon as we're in, Peter, you'll have to get ashore and get through that hotel of yours before they start any nonsense.
You're dead right. But I can't go back to my house not looking like this and at this hour. Think of my explanations to Margaret. But I must phone that hotel.
No. You better do it at my place.
Right.
Really not a night for boating of any kind.
Here, Natalie. Catch my hand and jump.
Thanks, Peter. Land at last. Marvelous.
Here are the cases. Nat will show you where to stir them at pill. She'll fetch me and Strip later on.
Right. Up this bank, Natalie. That's it.
Really home. Oh, lock the front door.
The cases are covered with oil and smell like it.
Wouldn't need a Holmes, would it? Oh, look. Here's our glory hole. We'll shove the cases out of sight.
In you go, my oily dears. Just where were they in Pomona? In the bilges?
Oh, for God's sake, give me a cigarette. Oh, French one. Oh, well. As a matter of fact, he hid them in one of the gravity tanks. That's why the poor dolt ran out of fuel. One tank had a full side. Quite cunning, really.
Oh, very.
But, of course, now the cases smell.
Ooh, they certainly do.
Oh, Lord, I'm tired. Nothing else to be done now. I'm going up to get a bit of sleep. You make yourself at home in the drawing room. In other circumstances, I'd ask you to tuck me up, darling, but, well, we're neither of us at our best, are we?
I do so agree.
Thank you, darling. When I go and collect Larry and Strip, I'll drop you off near home. Strip arriving later at your place separately will be best.
Yes, Margaret might think it a strange coincidence if Strip and I arrive on the doorstep together, me from Paris and he from Hartland Point.
Exactly. Oh, dear, isn't life difficult?
Can be. Oh, well.
Oh, well. Good morning, darling.
Good morning, Natalie. Oh, what the... Heavens, it's 8 a.m. Oh, must be Larry. Hello, Larry, that you?
Peter!
Margaret!
What on earth are you doing there? I've been so worried. I thought I'd ring Natalie in case Larry knew it.
Oh, my God, that would happen. Now what? Oh, I'm a coward, that's what. Go and brew some coffee, that's what.
Peter!
What is all this, darling? I've been worried to death. You look ghastly. Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all. I'm always spending the night on other people's sofas. Sleep better that way.
Where are the others? Where's Natalie?
Asleep upstairs, I imagine. I haven't been sleeping with her, if that's what you mean.
Give me a cigarette, will you, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I don't think I know what I'm saying. Things have been piling up on me, rather. Look, you'd better hear the whole story.
Please. Very French cigarette?
Yes, very French. Well, it's not an easy story to tell.
All of you crazy. You must promise me, darling, you'll have nothing more to do with it. Tell them you don't want the money. Tell them now, and come along home, darling, straight away.
Well, so now you know, Margaret. It's cold in here. I'll see if I can do something about the fire.
Now, don't worry on our account, Natalie. We can't stop now. Peter's out of this racket from now on.
So I gathered your precious Peter's contaminated. But now I'm afraid he'll have to go on playing till everything's sorted out. Larry and he will just have to get the stuff away from here, and the sooner the better.
What can you do with it? You should have thrown them all in the sea.
Peter did think of it, but, Hello? Oh, Larry. Oh, right, I'll try, but... Okay. Yes, I'll come right away. Yes. Oh, what a man. He wants us to come and help him clean up, will you, Peter?
No, he will not. Come along, darling.
Well, surely he's had time to do all that, with Strip helping him.
He's found a nasty great scrape along the bow, from the rocks, I suppose.
Well, he can manage without Peter. No, I mean it. You must do your own camouflage. And by the way, please drop Strip off at Marpleton before you do anything else. I need him.
Off you go then, Peter. Run along home with Mother.
I'll give him a hand. I must, Margaret.
Oh, no, we won't need you. Run along now. I'll drop your Strip. This way out, dear friends.
That's you, Margaret?
No, sir, it is me. Mrs. Kemp just dropped me off at the crossroads. She gone back for Mr. Kemp.
Oh, Lord, I've been asleep for over an hour. Where on earth has Mrs. Wilson got to? She went to the shops. Shouldn't take her all this time.
Or probably got nobbled by one of the old gossips at the post office, shouldn't wonder.
I'm sorry I didn't get back to Pomona. Mrs. Wilson wouldn't have it. She knows the lot, Strip, and she does not approve, I may tell you. We are somewhat in the doghouse. Me more than you, of course. Yeah, I shouldn't have let you in for it.
Well, couldn't have stopped me, sir, not if you was in it. Mrs. Wilson know that.
Well, go and get yourself some grub, Strip, and then have a kip.
Thank you, sir. Well, get the paint off my hands first. Do a quick paint job over Pomona's bottom. Nasty scrape she had.
Hey, so Mrs. Kemp told me.
Mr. Kemp, you didn't want to risk no questions asked along with that.
No. Margaret, I wondered where you'd got to.
Oh, so sorry, darling. You know how it is. I met Mrs. Plum, and then old Colonel Winthrop, and... Oh, Strip, welcome back. I gather you had rather more excitement at your aunt's funeral than you expected.
Yes, and, yeah, I did that.
Yes, well, I must ask you about it sometime.
Yes, and, well,
You'll get us some coffee, Strip. You must be worn out with all that grief.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Peter?
No. Larry, yes?
Guess who's here? Your friend Cagney.
Cagney? Good Lord, is he being tough?
Just now, yes. Listen, where are those confounded cases?
Well, Natalie knows.
Well, this chap was here when I got back. Wanted to come to an agreement. Knew we couldn't handle the stuff. How about 50-50? I told him to go to hell.
Tactful.
Then he produced a gun. There was nothing for it but to show him around. But they're not there. Someone has taken them and replaced the camouflage. Look, did you or did you not come back after Natalie left? If so, what the hell are you playing at?
I did not. Haven't been near your beastly place. As if I should without telling you. More likely it's Cagney's boyfriend, Marcel. Tell him he'd better chase him up. Tell him if he ever darkens your doors again, you'll put the dicks onto him about Bryce Jones.
It's no use. He can equally well pin that one on us. You particularly. You see?
Yes, I do see. I'll ring you back. Margaret, you did it. You're guilty all over. I saw you going bright pink.
Well, I just felt I had to get rid of them for everyone's sake. I knew no one was at Pill, so I just nipped in and got them from where you said. And I couldn't think where to dump them.
For heaven's sake, where did you put them?
Just inside the vicar's back gate.
What?
If he finds them, he'll get the reward. And he does so need it for the Black Watch beetle in the roof.
For crying out loud, Margaret, don't you see? He'll go straight to the police.
Well, but they won't know.
Our fingerprints are all over those cases. If Cagney splits, you gather he's there, right now, at Pill, and we were questioned, well, we're well and truly for it.
Peter, oh dear, I am sorry. I
must get them back, if they're still there. Now, look, you stay here. Don't answer the phone. The police won't come yet, even if... But if they do, don't know a thing. Strip, get in the car, quick.
Sir.
Got to pay a little call on the vicar.
Why, the vicar, sir, this time of week.
Put this 10-bob note in this envelope for the restoration fund. Alibi in case we run into him. Mrs. Wilson's put the cases inside his back gate.
Oh, I see, sir. I see indeed.
We've got to get them back, if they're there. Thank the Lord we've got them safely into the house. No one saw you?
No, sir, except the vicar.
What?
I give him the envelope, sir. He hadn't noticed the cases. Oh, and he seemed very gratified, like said he hoped to see you in church Sunday.
Well, I certainly hope he does, too. Now, I'll have to ring Mr. Kemp at once. Help him out with Cagney. Put the cases under the stairs strip while I get on the phone.
What the... This is really a pleasure, Mr. Wilson. Yes, this is a gun. Shut the door, Mr. Wilson, please.
Margaret!
Stay where you are, Mr. Wilson.
I think I should, Peter.
Oh, do stop being so over-dramatic.
Shut up, darling.
Do not fool with me. Where are those cases?
What cases?
You are making me angry. I will count to 5 and then... 1, 2...
Now, look here! He's bluffing, Larry.
3. I am not bluffing.
Well, if they're anywhere, they're in our car outside. As far as I'm concerned, you can have them with my blessing. But I'll go and see if you like.
Good, and no funny business. Ah, this gentleman I have seen before. He will be so kind as to fetch the cases.
Sir, what?
Yes, go, please, Strip. Nothing for it.
Yes, you'd better. He means it.
You're a prize mug, Larry. What did you bring Cagney here for? Where's your car?
He made me drive here in his damn car. It's round at the back. He's a persuasive type, you know, with his little gun and all. Cunning brute, too.
That will do.
Brute was the word.
Here's the cases, sir.
Ah, please, stand over there. All of you. I have you covered, so do not move from there. I will just look to see what you may have stolen. I have the keys.
I'll bet you have.
Do not move, I say. No. Diablo.
Oh, Peter! Rack and rubble stones.
Marcel, in the shelter.
That's it, sir.
Oh, you dirty swines, you dirty double-crossing. What have you done with them? Where are they? I want to know, you dirty cheating...
Oh, do stop waving that gun about.
I know well now who plays this little joke. He will not play another.
Well, definitely your friend, Marcel, I should think.
Yes, that Marcel. Next time, Mr. Wilson, that you have valuables in your custody, I suggest you be more careful.
Well, I'll be damned. May I call you a taxi?
No, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I have my own car. The time...
That's a very nice watch you're wearing.
Is it not? One word of warning to you all. If you hear of any further developments, you will be well advised to keep your mouth shut. You understand? Goodbye. I have a little appointment to make with Marcel.
Pauvre bébé.
What is that well-known saying? Crime doesn't pay.
Commander, sir. Miss Liz, she's home.
Oh, Annie. Darling. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Liz.
Darling. Mother. You seem in a bit of a mess around here. All this bracken. What's been happening? Has you puss had kittens?
No, darling, but we have.
Oh, big joke? No, just a little one.
About a piece of cake.
Running round the woodland, if you chance to find a little barrel floating tight, all full of brandy wine, don't you shout to come and look, you're yours to buy your bed. But the bridge was back again, and then gone. If you make...
A Piece of Cake was adapted for radio by Josephine Bruce from the novel by Charles Anthony. The part of Peter was played by Noel Johnson, Margaret by Gudrun Ure, Elizabeth Pauline Letts, Strip Alan Haynes, Larry Kemp Frederick Treves, Natalie Ann Murray, Cagney Heron Carvick, Marcel Anthony Vickers, Lolly Martina Main, her father Geoffrey Winkert, Boom Boom Alexander John. The play was produced by David Thompson.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Tonight, in one of her rare radio appearances, we bring you one of Hollywood's most idolized personalities, Miss Dolores Costello. With such noteworthy and distinguished players as Mr. Martin Koslick, Mr. George Zucco, and Mr. Ian Wolfe, Miss Costello appears in A Story of Today, played against the background of the New Order in Europe. The story of an oppressed people who use strange and effective methods in dealing with their oppressors and with traitors. The story tonight is called The King's Birthday and was written by Corporal Louis Pelletier, A.U.S. And with the performances of Dolores Costello as the Danish Countess Elsa, of Martin Koslick as the Nazi Gauleiter, Reichman, of George Zucco as Dr. Erickson, and of Ian Wolfe as old Peter of Cronwald Castle, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
They come to the castle almost every day now, the Gestapo, trying to question me. But it seems I'm very stupid. Somehow I don't give the right answer. Perhaps it's my advanced age. When they question me about the night of the king's birthday, I get confused. I ramble on in the fashion of old people. Gentlemen, Cronwald Castle is 300 years old. For all those years, Cronwald has been a symbol of Danish liberty. Gentlemen, the sea waves beat against the rocks of Cronwald. The sea is deep. The sea knows everything. Ask her.
Stop babbling nonsense, you old fool. Answer my question. Did you know about those notes?
But of course, Herr Lieutenant. Everybody in the district knows about them. The note said Count Victor would kill himself on the night of the king's birthday.
Did you see the notes?
Oh, no, Herr Lieutenant. But the note said that Count Victor would kill himself because of his great shame. That I do know. And the note said the exact time, 12 midnight.
So you know the exact time?
Yes, I'm fond of clocks, you see. My father had a clock that told the time with a bird jumping out. The bird whistled, like this.
Oh. Stop that insane chirping.
Yes, Herr Lieutenant.
I'll take care of you later. Perhaps I'll have something that will improve your memory. Stay there till I call you.
Yes, Herr Lieutenant. There's nothing the matter with my memory. I could tell them a thing or two if I wanted. I could tell them how it all happened. It began 2 days before the king's birthday. That was the day the new Nazi Gauleiter, Herr Reichman, came to the castle to see the Countess Elsa. I was told to show him to the library. It was cold and grey, and the sea was pounding on the rocks, very angry, like it always is in November. The new Gauleiter sat by the fireplace and warmed his hands and called for a glass of brandy.
And bring some soda, too, please.
Yes, Herr Reichman.
How soon did your mistress say she would see me?
In a few minutes, Herr Reichman.
You told her it was most urgent.
Yes, I told her. She'll be with you soon.
I doubt it. Most women's idea of soon is the best part of an hour. In my country, we train our women to...
The brandy, Herr Reichman.
Oh, thank you. Yes, in Germany we... Courvoisier. Where did you get brandy like this?
Count Victor can get many things that are forbidden to his countrymen, Herr Reichman. Count Victor's cellar is well stocked.
Is it really?
Yes, we have meat at the castle. Nobody in Denmark has meat, only Cronwald Castle.
You're lucky.
So they say. Shall I leave the brandy, sir?
Yes. But you stay here a minute. Tell me, what's your name?
Peter, sir.
Ah, yes, Peter. You have been at Kronwald since you were a child. 63 years. Am I correct?
Why, yes. How did you know?
It's my business to know a lot of things, Peter. You don't approve of Count Victor, do you?
It's not my place, sir, to...
3 days ago in the marketplace, you were heard to make an indiscreet remark concerning Count Victor's collaboration with Berlin. I think a word very close to traitor was used.
Was it, sir?
What do you think?
I think, Herr Reichman, the fire is in need of some more wood. If you'll excuse me, I'll get some.
Do, by all means. And Peter.
Yes, sir?
Tell your mistress that I do not intend to spend all afternoon here. My business is urgent, and
You may tell the Countess yourself, sir. Herr Reichman.
Countess Elsa, excuse me, I was just saying...
That's quite all right, Herr Reichman. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Peter told me your business was urgent. I hope I haven't kept you.
No, not at all. My business is urgent. But as a new Gauleiter of this district, I might combine social pleasure with business, and...
Oh, that's very kind of you.
I had hoped that my wife, Frau Reichmann...
Oh, of course. You must ask her to call sometime.
Yes, I will. Although I've never had the pleasure of meeting Count Victor, it would be a great honor if we may call as soon as he returns from Berlin.
Certainly, Herr Reichman.
Thank you.
And this urgent business?
Yes, we come to that. Do you mind if I smoke?
Not at all.
A good cigar always makes unpleasant things easier to tell.
It sounds almost as if you had rehearsed that line on the way to the castle, Herr Reichman.
I did. And since it was ineffective, I'll be blunt, Countess.
I prefer it.
3 days ago, Countess, to be exact, on the day I arrived at Kronwald to begin my duties as Gauleiter of this district, I found this note on my desk. Read it, please.
Count Victor of Grunwald will kill himself on the night of the king's birthday.
That note was on my desk in the morning. At noon, I found this one. Read it, please.
Count Victor of Grunwald will repudiate his Nazi collaborators. He will choose the night of the king's birthday for his death.
I thought at first it was some crank, but the notes kept coming. Then I heard that everybody in the district believed what the note said. In every house and shop and farm, they are saying that Count Victor is going to kill himself. You'll see why I said my business was urgent.
Yes, I see.
It's not that I have the slightest fear for the Count's safety, but the writer of these notes must be found and treated with severest penalties.
You have no fear for my husband's safety?
Of course not. Certainly no anonymous letter writer could force the Count to take his own life.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
You wish me to be frank with you?
Naturally.
You know that my husband is hated by the whole countryside?
What of it? People here are too stupid to know what's good for them.
Perhaps. But the writer of these notes seems to be a little less than stupid.
You think so?
If you knew Danish history, Herr Reichman, you might agree. For hundreds of years, the night of the king's birthday has been a special occasion at Grunwald. On that night, the castle renews its pledge of loyalty to the king and to Denmark's freedom.
A very theatrical gesture.
Quite. But if anyone wished to remind Count Victor...
If someone wished to remind the Count that he had chosen our glorious Führer for his leader...
Yes. The night of the king's birthday would be, shall we say, the psychologically correct time to do it.
You reason well, Countess.
I know my countrymen.
Evidently.
I can see how these notes would inflame their imagination. If Count Victor were to take his own life as a public repudiation of his present political bonds, the whole country would be stirred to its depths.
I see. You seem to view the possibility of your husband's death rather calmly, Countess.
Like you, Herr Reichman, I have no fear for his safety. I am only presenting the political possibilities.
Quite so. And since you grasp the full significance of the notes, you understand that I must take certain liberties in order to track down the writer.
Liberties?
Yes. I shall ask your permission to talk with Dr. Erickson.
Oh, Dr. Erickson?
Well, I'm told he lives here at the castle.
Yes, but...
I should like to talk with Dr. Erickson.
As you wish. Peter will show you to the doctor's study. However, I assure you...
My time is short, Countess. I understand that Dr. Erickson is one of your country's able psychiatrists. I understand that Dr. Erickson is an authority on mass suggestion. His help should be invaluable.
Dr. Erickson.
Yes, Peter. Show the gentleman in. Sit down, Herr Reichman. Don't be alarmed about these mice. I'll remove them just as soon as Herman here gets through the maze. Watch him. He's really quite clever. I've been trying him on liver extract and... he made it. Good night, Herman. Now, off to bed. I've been expecting you, Herr Reichman. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You've come to see me about the notes, am I right?
Yes, you're right, Doctor.
When I first heard about them, I said to myself, the new Gauleiter will want my theory concerning the type of mind which would be prompted to write such notes. I'll tell you my theory, Herr Reichman.
I don't want your theory, Doctor. I want you to answer some questions.
Oh, so it's like that. And perhaps you want a sample of my handwriting, too.
I'm not a fool, Doctor.
That's very possible.
How long have you been treating Count Victor for a certain nervous disorder?
5 years.
What would you say is his condition now?
You've never met Count Victor, have you, Herr Reichman?
No.
When you talk with him, you'll see no outward sign of his malady. It manifests itself only during periods of despondency. In the last few years, I am happy to say that these periods have been infrequent.
Count Victor depends a good deal on you, doesn't he, Doctor?
Perhaps. I've almost cured him. In return, he's given me this laboratory and money for my experiments.
But you do have a great deal of influence on his mental processes.
Yes, Herr Reichman, I do. In fact, if I decided to, shall we say, liquidate Count Victor, I would have written the notes exactly as the people say they are written. Like all nervous people, the Count would be highly susceptible to such mental attack. That's what you wanted me to say, isn't it?
Yes.
We know then where we stand.
Almost. One thing more I'll ask you, Doctor. Count Victor had a brother who left Kronberg when Denmark was occupied by our troops. That brother, Christian, is now known to be working with the Danish underground. Formerly, he was one of your students at the university. Is that right?
Christian was one of my most brilliant students.
Do you know where he is now?
No, I don't. And neither does your Gestapo. That's the only thing we share in common.
You're a very outspoken man, Doctor.
I find it the best form of deception.
Do you think it wise to try to deceive the lawful government of your country?
Lawful government? You have a quaint sense of humor, Herr Reichman.
You may not find it so quaint if Count Victor ever removes his protection from you.
He won't. When you've informed him of his impending suicide, as I presume you will, you'll see he'll need me more than ever. You do intend to show the notes to the Count, don't you?
Yes. I will present myself to His Excellency tonight on his return from Berlin.
Yes, his reactions to the notes will be most interesting. Would it inconvenience you if I would be present on the occasion?
Oh, not at all, Doctor. I'd be delighted. Your own reactions should be most interesting, too.
Dad? That's what the people think, eh? They think they can kill me with words? They can't do that to me, can they, Doctor?
Easy, Count Victor, easy.
Look at this childish note. Count Victor will kill himself on the night of the king's birthday. Because of his great shame here, I'll great shame them, all right. They'll see that... Doctor, a little of the brandy, please.
Yes, of course, Count Victor. Now, you mustn't upset yourself.
Who's upset? The whole thing is completely nonsensical, completely.
Of course it is. Ask Herr Reichman. His police have practically caught the writer of the notes, haven't they, Herr Reichman?
Practically, Doctor. You have nothing to worry about, Count Victor.
You see?
Doctor, tonight, if I need a sedative...
Certainly, Count Victor.
I'll show them. I'll give them a dinner here on the night of the king's birthday. Everyone will hear about it. They'll see who's afraid. I'll give a dinner. Herr Reichman, will you be my guest at dinner?
With pleasure, Count Victor.
I'll light up this whole castle like a Christmas tree. And Elsa, you'll wear that gown you wore at the palace and your jewels. You understand? You'll wear all your jewels.
Yes, Victor.
Kill me with words, eh? If it's words they're after, I'll give them words. Herr Reichman, I'll make a statement to your newspapers the night of the king's birthday. I'll stuff words down the people's throat. Yes. And there's someone in particular who'll read what I have to say. My brother, Christian. I want him especially to read it. Herr Reichman, have you ever seen my brother?
No, Count Victor.
His picture was in that empty frame up there next to mine. I destroyed his picture.
Victor, you're getting excited. Dr. Erickson.
Yes, you're right, Elsa. Sometimes the strain of my work is too much. Dr. Erickson, you'll talk to me for a while before I go to bed, won't you?
Of course. Talk to you, Count Victor?
Yes, the doctor has a way of calming my nerves. It's Slightly hypnotic, isn't that it, Doctor?
You might call it that, Count Victor.
Count Victor, I'd strongly advise...
No, it's the only thing that helps me. I just go quietly to sleep while the doctor talks.
But, Count Victor...
Good night, Herr Reichman. I'll expect you here for dinner on the night of the king's birthday.
Of course, Count Victor.
Elsa,
Yes, Victor?
they can't hurt me with words, can they?
No, Victor.
They can't hurt me if I don't listen, can they? If I shut my ears, I'll be all right. That's it. Shut my ears. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen.
Herr Gauleiter,
Yes, Lieutenant?
while you were out to lunch...
You needn't tell me. It's another note.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Where did you find it this time?
I hesitate to...
Speak up! Speak up!
I found it, Herr Gauleiter, in the pocket of my own tunic when I was about to go on duty.
Never mind the details. I found one of them under my pillow this morning. Count Victor called me and said there was one delivered with his morning paper. A farmer came in here at 8 o'clock. He found one nailed to his door. Lieutenant, it has got to stop.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Just as our Führer says. If you tell a lie often enough, everybody believes it.
That's true, Herr Gauleiter.
Is it?
Well, as the Gauleiter says...
Do you believe Count Victor will kill himself?
Oh, no, Herr Gauleiter.
Neither do I. But the Countess was right about one thing. If he did kill himself after all these notes, the effect on the people would be electrifying.
But you just said that...
I'm talking about effects, Lieutenant. From what I have seen of the Count, he is too much of a coward to take his own life. But if someone else killed him and made it look like suicide...
Yes, it could be done, but how?
How? I don't know. There will be 4 of us at dinner. I have ordered 50 guards to patrol the grounds. 4 guards will be stationed in the dining room while we eat. No one can get near the Count. It's impossible to kill him. But in this strange country, you can't even trust the impossible.
They say the castle is guarded tonight. 50 soldiers.
They say the Count locked himself in his room all day writing. A message to the people, they say.
They say the Gauleiter has 5 Gestapo men at the castle besides the soldiers. 1 Gestapo man is watching the food for poison.
Wait a minute, you. Taste that wine before you bring it into the dining room.
What did you say, sir?
I said taste that wine.
Oh, taste it. Why, of course. Ah, it's very good, sir. Did you doubt its quality?
Don't be insolent. All right. You may take it in.
Thank you, sir.
And if there's any left after they're through...
Oh, I'll take care of you, sir.
Ah, more wine. Good boy, Peter. Set it right here. We'll drink another toast to the king.
Victor, I think we've drunk enough toast.
Oh, nonsense. This is the king's birthday dinner. We've got to drink to the king.
Oh, Peter.
Yes, sir?
Did they make you taste that wine before you brought it in?
Yes, Doctor, they did.
What's this? What's this about tasting wine?
A simple precaution of mine, Count Victor. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? No, I don't mind, but you don't think that...
Now, Victor, don't get upset.
Oh, Elsa, for the love of heaven, stop repeating that inane phrase. I've been saying that all through dinner. I'm not upset. I just want to know what's going on. What have I got to be upset about? You're more nervous than I am.
I can understand the Countess's feelings. This is the first dinner I've ever had with 4 soldiers observing my digestive processes. Don't you think, Herr Reichman?
I must insist, Doctor, that the soldiers remain.
Well, at least ask them to sit down.
Gefreiter.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Your men may be seated.
Thank you, Herr Gauleiter.
Yes, and Peter, go get some wine for the soldiers.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Everyone will have more wine, Peter. We're going to toast the king. What time's it, Doctor?
5 minutes to 12, Count Victor.
And I'm still alive. Peter, it's 5 minutes to 12, and I'm still alive. Go get the wine, Peter.
Yes, sir.
You know, Peter tells me everything they say down at the village. The people say I have 5 minutes to live.
So, Peter tells you the village gossip.
Oh, yes. He knows everything. It was Peter who discovered most of the notes and brought them to me.
He brought you the notes?
Oh, yes, and the last one said that Now, what did it say?
Victor, can't we talk about something else?
Why? Ask the doctor. He and I discuss it for hours. Well, the doctor told me about some sect over in the West Indies that disposes of an enemy by simply writing the victim's name on a piece of paper and sending it to him. Same sort of nonsense is being tried on me. Isn't that your theory, Doctor?
Well,
Dr. Erickson, in view of the Count's nervous condition, don't you
Herr
think...
Gauleiter, my private life is my own affair.
When you work for the Reich, Count Victor, you have no private life. I repeat, Dr. Erickson, in view of the Count's nervous disorder...
As the Count's personal physician, I prescribe my own remedies. To know the truth about occult practices is the best way to guard against them.
But surely you don't think that...
In Haiti, Herr Reichman, I saw a man die after receiving a note with his name on it. I don't explain it, I tell you a fact.
You see? It's possible. It's a fact. Well, I could be murdered with pen and ink. It could be done in exactly 3 minutes if my watch is right. Yes. 3 minutes to live. Where's Peter with that wine?
Victor, if you will excuse me, I have a headache.
You stay here, Elsa. No one leaves this room till midnight.
Gefreiter!
Yes, Herr Gauleiter.
Lock the door. Bolt all the windows.
Yes, Herr Gauleiter. Tune season. Set
Yes.
to.
Yes, that's right. Bolt everything. They won't come in here after me. They won't touch me.
Victor, you're being absurd. I asked
Countess,
you.
I think it best to comply with Count Victor's wishes.
Humor me, my dear. Humor me. You'd never forgive yourself if you treated me unkindly during the last 2 minutes of my life. Especially since you wished me dead so many times.
Victor.
It's the truth, isn't it?
Count Victor.
2 minutes to live, Doctor. This is a good time to hear Elsa's confession.
If I may say a word...
You may not. Elsa, it's the truth, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Victor. It's the truth. I wish you were dead. I hate every minute I live under your roof. I hate the thing you've become. A Nazi puppet. I hate your sniveling, goose-stepping mind, just as I loathe this fat specimen of the super race you've invited to dinner.
Gefreiter, all right?
No, let her finish, Herr Gauleiter. Go on, Elsa.
I despise you as a man. Your countrymen despise you. Even before the Nazis came, you were planning to sell us out. All that Kronwald has fought for down through the years. The Danes should be a proud and free people. You sold all that for a cast-iron Nazi cross. I wish you were dead, Victor. I wish your soul were rotting in the grave that's waiting for all these mad men of Europe.
Doctor, listen.
12 o'clock.
May God grant wisdom to our king and freedom to our people.
May Kronwald always keep the faith.
Who turned out the lights? Who turned out the lights? Gefreiter, I hear a door opening.
No, Herr Gauleiter. My hand is on the door. It is not moving.
Yes?
Gefreiter!
Count Victor of Kronwald.
I hear you.
Who is speaking?
Victor, this is your time. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Now you die like a soldier, Victor. But your name will live on.
Victor! Don't do it, Victor!
Goodbye, Elsa.
Victor!
Have they found the body? They say the body was washed out to sea. But yesterday on the rocks they found the Count's wristwatch and a handkerchief with the initial V on it.
They'll never find the body.
Say what you will. Count Victor was a brave man to take his own life.
Yes, he showed those Nazis a Dane could die for honor.
You know what the Nazis say? They say someone forced the Count to kill himself.
Well, how could you force
That's
a man
what the Nazis say. And listen, they've arrested old Peter. They're trying to make old Peter talk.
Peter won't talk. But if he did, I bet he could tell them a thing or two.
Yes, I could tell them a thing or two. I could tell them why they'll never find Count Victor's body. You know why? Because Count Victor didn't jump out of the window. How could he? Count Victor was dead 6 days before the king's birthday. No, I didn't kill him. He was shot through the head by his own brother Christian the night he came home unexpectedly from Berlin, 6 days before the king's birthday. Yes, I worked with the underground, and so did the Countess and Dr. Erickson. That's why Christian came here to see us. When the Count returned unexpectedly, Christian decided to try to reason with him. They quarreled and, well, Christian eliminated the slimiest traitor Denmark has ever known. It was then that Dr. Erickson got the idea for the notes.
Christian, we've got to try it. This new Gauleiter has never seen Count Victor. You'll pose as the Count and we'll stage your suicide. The moral effect on the people will be tremendous.
Christian agreed, and we started sending the notes. The rest was easy. We all played our parts, and Dr. Erickson coached us on the exact thing to do at 12 midnight.
At the last stroke of 12, Peter will turn out the lights from downstairs. You've got that, Peter?
Yes, Doctor.
Then what do?
I go through the passageway that leads to the hidden door in the dining room fireplace. I open the door and call out, Count Victor, this is your time. Are you ready?
And you, Christian?
I say, I am ready.
I call out, don't do it, Victor. Don't do it.
Then I break one of the windows. And you, Christian?
I go through the fireplace door and disappear.
Yes. And Count Victor of Kronwald has died for his country.
Well, that's how it was done. We planned it well, even to putting Count Victor's wristwatch and handkerchief on the rock where the Nazis would find them. Presently, the Gauleiter will question me some more. But soon there will be a note on his desk, and I can hear him saying,
Lieutenant, how did this note get on my desk?
A note? I don't know, Herr Gauleiter. What does it say?
It says, remember the night of the king's birthday. Your turn is next, Herr Gauleiter. Your turn is next.
And so closes The King's Birthday, starring Dolores Costello with Martin Kozlik, George Zuko, and Ian Wolfe. Tonight's tale of suspense. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, director, Lud Gluskin and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, and Corporal Louis Pelletier, radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week. Suspense will be heard at a new time, Thursdays at 10:30 Eastern War Time and 7:30 Pacific War Time. Perhaps you will want to note this down. The new time for Suspense will be Thursdays beginning next Thursday at 10:30 Eastern War Time and 7:30 Pacific War Time. Our play next Thursday will be The Singing Walls, based on a story by Cornell Woolrich.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson, friends. After all is said and done, the reason you or anybody else smokes a cigarette can be summed up in one word: enjoyment. And certainly the enjoyment you get depends entirely on the taste of a cigarette. Put it this way: smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. Well, the fact of the matter is Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Here's why Lucky's taste better. First, they're made of fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. Second, Lucky's are actually made better. Made round, firm, fully packed, to always draw freely and smoke evenly. Yes, fine tobacco in a better-made cigarette gives you better taste every single time. After all, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. You'll know that's true the minute you light up a Lucky. So next time you're shopping for cigarettes, get the carton with the red bullseye, Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, today, February 14th, is Valentine's Day. It's also the birthday of the star of our show. So here he is, our own little Valentine, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was very nice of you to remember my birthday. How did you ever think of it?
Well, Jack, a strange thing happened last night. I ate at that Chinese restaurant you recommended.
Uh-huh.
And I broke open one of those rice fortune cakes.
Uh-huh.
And a little paper said, "'Tis better to give than to receive, and Sunday is Jack Benny's birthday."
Mm-hmm. Well, what did you bring me for a present, Don?
Well, it was too late to go shopping, so I brought you a pocket full of fried rice.
Too late to go shopping. I told you to have lunch there, not dinner. Anyway, Don, I'll take the rice. There's a friend of mine getting married Wednesday.
Jack, you can't throw this rice. It's fried.
So's my friend. It's Remley. Anyway, Don, thanks very much.
Well, anyway, Jack, getting back to your birthday, tell me, how does it feel being a year older?
Don, I don't know. It seems strange to advance another year, but then on the other hand, there's something exciting about reaching 40. Yes, sir. You know?
Jack, you may be 40, but I must say you look much younger.
Well, Don, it's nice of you to say that, but let's face it. My age is beginning to show. A little wrinkle here, a gray hair there. Time marches on. Now, let's get on with the program.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Before we get into the show, I have a little surprise for you.
A surprise, Don?
Yeah, the whole audience is going to join in. All right, everybody.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, everybody. Thanks very much.
Wasn't that nice, Jack?
Yes, very nice, Don. But
what?
Well, I was watching one fellow sitting in the front row, and he didn't sing at all. As a matter of fact, he had a frown on his face. And I'm just curious to know why. Oh, Mister.
Me?
Yeah, would you mind coming up here on the stage for a minute?
Okay.
Now, look, Mr.
Fink. F-I-N-Q-U-E, Fink.
Oh, well, Mr. Fink, I'm just curious to know, you were the only one who didn't sing happy birthday to me. Why was that?
Do you sing to me on my birthday?
No, but then how can I? I don't even know when your birthday is.
It's December the 24th, and all you hear people singing is Jingle Bells, Jingle Bells, Jingle All. Not one word about Fink.
Well, that's too bad. Now, look, Mr. Fink.
F-I-N-Q-U-E.
I know.
That's French.
Yes.
In Paris, it's Finke.
Well, you certainly are. And I don't care what it is. All I want to know is if you've got this chip on your shoulder, why did you come in here in the first place?
Who wanted to come in? I was standing in line for the Amos and Andy show. And some guy come over and he told me they was giving away refrigerators in here.
Giving away refrigerators?
In radio, a program's either got to give you entertainment or a refrigerator. Now, where's my icebox?
You're not getting an icebox, so go sit down.
Okay. 12 programs this week. I still ain't got a stick of furniture.
Keep quiet, please, Mr. Fink. Now, Don, regardless of what just happened, Oh, hello, Dennis. You're just in time for your song.
Oh, I'd have been here sooner, but on the way down, I had to stop off at our family doctor's office and punch him in the nose.
You punched your doctor in the nose?
He had it coming. My mother told me what he did.
What?
Well, when I was born, for no reason at all, he slapped me.
Dennis.
And my back was turned, too.
Dennis, never mind that silly talk. Let's have your song.
Okay, Mr. Benny, but first, congratulations on your birthday.
Oh, well, it's awfully sweet of you to remember it, kid.
I never would have thought of it if you hadn't given me that ticket to the burlesque show last night.
Never mind, Dennis.
What'd the burlesque show have to do with it?
Well, a girl came out to do a dance, her bubble broke, and a sign fell out saying, Sunday is Jack Benny's birthday.
Dennis.
You must be popular. What applause you got.
All right.
They whistled and everything. Daddy, what a fuss over a man's birthday.
Look, Dennis, you found out it was my birthday. That's all that matters. Now, come on, let's have your song.
Okay. Gee, when I'm 40, I hope I don't look like him.
What did you say?
Sing, Dennis.
You said it. Secret Love, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. That was wonderful.
Congratulations on your birthday.
Dennis, you congratulated me already. Forget it.
I tried, but I can't get that bubble dancer out of my mind.
Force yourself.
Well, you know, Mr. Benny, it must be nice to have your birthday come on Valentine's Day.
Yes, kid, but there's only one thing against it.
Yeah?
I mean, so many famous people were born in the month of February. Longfellow, Lincoln, Washington. It makes it hard for me to be outstanding.
I can imagine.
Of course, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to a man like Washington.
Why not? He wore a wig, too.
Very clever, very clever. Did you make up that joke yourself, Dennis?
Uh-huh.
And you like that type of joke?
Yeah, I thought it was very funny.
Oh, you did? You thought it was funny, huh? Well, excuse me a minute. Hello? Kenny Baker? Come home, all is forgiven. You better watch it, Dennis. Another gag like that, and you'll only have one show. And another thing.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Bob?
Well, look, I didn't want to interrupt anything, but I've got a little present for you from the boys in the band.
Oh, well, this is really too much. To think that the boys in your orchestra would remember my birthday. I mean, with all their other worries and responsibilities.
Well, Remley was the one.
Oh, Remley, huh?
Uh-huh. Funny thing happened. Last night, Frankie was in a bar, and he happened to look up, and he saw a little sign that said, "Tomorrow is Jack Benny's birthday."
Bob, that was written on the ceiling?
No, under the table.
I put it there on purpose. I knew he'd see it.
Anyway, Jack, all the boys chipped in, and they appointed Bagby, the piano player, to go out and buy you a plaque. And they asked me to present it to you. So, Jack, On behalf of the boys in the orchestra, here you are.
Well, that's very nice of them. Gee, it's a fancy plaque, too. Let me read the inscription. To Herman Heffelfinger, champion bowler, Anthracite Miners Tournament. Bob, what's the matter with Bagby? I mean, why would he get me a plaque like that?
Well, you don't have much choice when you deal with the second story, man.
Wait, you mean Charlie buys stolen merchandise?
Well, sometimes he buys, sometimes he sells.
I can't understand Bagby. There's so many decent, honest businessmen around. Why does Charlie have to buy from a burglar?
He gives green stamps.
Well, Bob, I'm not accepting a hot plaque.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
That bubble dancer's driving me nuts.
Dennis, go sit down. Now, let's get on with the program.
Oh, say, Jack, before you go any further, I think it's time for a song by the quartet.
Oh, yes, that's right. Are the sportsmen here?
Yeah. Come on in, fellas. Jack, the boys want to dedicate this number to you on the happy occasion of your birthday because this song's been associated with you for years.
Well, that's very nice, Don.
And, Jack, there's a part in it where you play the violin right at the opening.
Oh, Don, do I have to?
No.
Well, I'm going to. It's my birthday. Now, wait till I get the music stand up here. Say, Bob, can I get a violin from one of the boys in the band?
Well, I don't know about a violin, but Bagby will make you a good deal on a hot Cadillac.
I don't want that. I want a violin. Larry, let me have your violin, will you? Thanks. What a gang in the orchestra. When they say that Remley is playing a steel guitar, you can take that word either way. Where's that violin? All right, Don, I'm ready. You want me to take the opening, huh?
To tear and then compare, do we find they are alive? Oh no, there's none can compare with Lucky Strike. Way down in Kentucky, they planted a seed. It grew to a lucky, just to give you all that smoking pleasure. LSMFT, we all agree, is smooth and so pleasant like. Oh yes, the one smoke for me is Lucky Strike.
That was really swell, boys. Thanks very much. You know, Don, it was so nice of the quartet. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Oh, here I am, boy. Yeah. Here, boy, here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, $1. A whole $1. Thanks, Mr. Benny.
I wonder who could be sending me a telegram right in the middle of my... Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny.
What do you want now?
I forgot my bicycle.
You didn't forget it. I bought it. Now, goodbye. I hate when a guy makes a deal and then tries to get out of it. Gee, the telegram's from my sister, Florence.
Oh, what did she say?
She says, Dear Jack, I've been listening to your program, and I thought I should send you this wire immediately. You're not 40 years old today. You're actually... Oh, no. No, this can't be. This is awful.
Well, Jack, how old does your sister say you are today?
39. Oh, my goodness, this is embarrassing. But my sister Florence ought to know. I guess instead of being born in 1914, it was 1915. I'm going to call Rochester and have him look at my birth certificate. My sister Florence says I'm 39, and I think I'm 40. I got to find out.
Say, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Collier's cover girl wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. I'll call your house immediately. He wants I should get him Rochester. Well, be nice to him. You know, today's his birthday. It is? How did you find out? Dial Ulrich 8900. Yeah, but how did you... Dial. Okay.
The time is 4:21 and 10 seconds. And today is Jack Benny's birthday. The time is 4:21 and 20 seconds. His shirt size is 15 and a half. The time is...
How do you like that? Imagine Benny having his birthday announced on the telephone. How does he get away with it? He used to be a personal friend of Alexander Graham Bell. See? But with all the advertising, he must be getting a lot of gifts. I can imagine. What did you send him? A beautiful calfskin glove. One glove? Why in the world would you give him only one glove? That's all he needs. He never takes his right hand out of his pocket. Very true. Say, Gertrude, can you give me a lift home tonight? I guess so. What's wrong? I got another flat tire. See, you've been having more trouble with that motorcycle. Yeah.
Operator. Gertrude, get me my home.
I'm trying. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Well, you ought to know. You helped build it.
Well, thank you, Julius Caesar.
Never mind. Now, please ring my home.
Okay, I'm ringing it.
Smart aleck Gertrude. She takes you out for dinner once, she thinks she owns you. Oh, well.
Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, radio, television, and silent pictures.
Rochester, it's me.
Oh, hello, boss.
What took you so long to answer the phone?
Well, today's your birthday, and I was out in the kitchen finishing your cake.
Oh, you baked a cake for me?
Yeah, and you ought to see it, boss. Across the top in whipped cream, I wrote, Happy Birthday.
Oh, that's nice, Rochester.
By the way, how many P's in happy?
2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so you'll have to add 1.
I gotta take 1 off. I got 3.
Well, look, you can do that later. Now, Rochester, here's why I called you. I don't know what to do. I thought today was my 40th birthday, but I just got a wire from my sister, and she says I'm 39.
Well, don't argue with her, boss. Grab it.
Rochester, I got to be honest with myself. Now, I want you to look at my birth certificate and tell me the date on it.
Your birth certificate?
Yes, do you know where it is?
It's right here on the desk.
What's my birth certificate doing on the desk?
You got it out the other day when you applied for your old age pension.
Oh, I just did that for a gag.
Well, they must be laughing. Your first check came today.
Rochester, stop making things up. Now, look at my birth certificate.
I'm looking at it.
Now, in the space where it says date of birth, what's there?
A hole.
A hole in the paper?
Yeah, we erased it once too often.
Oh, well, then there's nothing I can do, and I'll have to take my sister's word for it.
I guess so, boss. Your sister must be right.
Yep, I guess I'm 39. Well, goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Aren't we devils?
You and me?
No, me and your sister.
Yeah, goodbye, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not the only one who's celebrating a birthday. Last week, more than 3,300,000 scouts and leaders of the Boy Scouts of America had a candle lighting job on their hands. It was the beginning of Boy Scout Week, and these scouts added the 44th candle to their birthday cake. Candles that, through the years, have lighted boyhood's path to manhood, brightening the way with fun and fellowship, guiding boys to a future of good citizenship. And ladies and gentlemen, today's scouts are tomorrow's citizens. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, a word to cigarette smokers.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
You know, you can count on American college students to know a good thing when they see it. A survey made in 1952 of smokers in leading colleges showed that Lucky's were the favorites in those colleges. Well, last year another survey was made. It was nationwide, supervised by college professors, and representative of all students in regular colleges from coast to coast. Based on 31,000 actual student interviews, the survey shows that Lucky's lead again. Lead over all other brands, regular or king size, and by a wide margin. Lucky's better taste was the reason given most often. When you come right down to it, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Taste better because they're made of fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then Lucky's are made better. So make that next carton Lucky Strike, the cigarette that tastes better.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Come on, Don. The car's right around the corner. I'll drive you home.
Okay.
You know, Don, that was a pretty good program we just did, but
Hey, Benny!
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mr. Fink.
Yeah. Hey, don't you know some program I can go on and win a refrigerator?
No, I don't. Come on, Don.
Well, I'm going to get a refrigerator even if I have to buy one.
Well, I don't care. Buy one? Get in the car, Mr. Fink. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Bill Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with San Diego Serenade. One of the most significant things about Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that not only do many, many people serve Jell-O, but they serve it often. And the reason they serve it so frequently is because Jell-O does suggest itself for so many different occasions. For example, Jell-O is the first dessert you think of when you're pressed for time and want a quick yet delightful treat. Jell-O is the dessert you think of when there's a party to be planned, because it's so colorful and swell tasty. And you turn to Jell-O when you want a luscious treat that's pleasantly inexpensive. Jell-O, with its rich, glowing colors and its unsurpassed flavor, is the ideal answer to every dessert situation. So order a supply from your grocer tomorrow, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And by the way, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O now have a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a distinctive goodness that you definitely do not want to miss. Try a glistening mold of rich, tempting Jell-O tomorrow. San Diego Serenade, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last Friday the 14th, which was Valentine's Day, was also the birthday of our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny, who was exactly...
Yes, sir.
...years of age. So tonight we would like to reenact the events which occurred at Jack's house Friday evening. It was about 7 p.m., and a little group consisting of Jack, Mr. Billingsley, the boarder, and Mary, who had been dropped by to go to a movie, were seated around the dinner table. Let us eavesdrop, shall we?
Oh, boy, there's nothing like eating at home, I always say. Mary, pass some of those extra fancy, solid pack stewed tomatoes. Will you?
Oh, stop building them up.
Well, they're delicious. Take some more.
I'm tired of tomatoes. Where's the meat?
It's coming. Rochester, I'm taking Miss Livingston to a movie. So will you please hurry with that extra choice, Eastern cut, prime ribs of beef?
You mean that dinky little pot roast?
Never mind, bring it in.
It's a pretty tough meat. It's a pretty tough piece of meat, boss. I don't know if it's done yet.
Well, stick a fork in it.
I did, and I can't get it out.
Well, bring it in anyway.
Okay.
Say, Mary, aren't these nice dishes? Lovely pattern, isn't it?
Yeah. Is this the set you won at the Beverly Theater?
All but the soup tureen. I got that at the Oriental. Gee, these tomatoes are good.
They're not seasoned enough. Pass me that salt shaker you won at Ocean Park.
Here you are.
And that wise guy said I couldn't break those balloons. How are you enjoying your dinner, Mr. Billingsley?
Just fine, thank you.
Good, good.
This watercress is delicious.
Those are ferns, Mr. Billingsley. You're eating the centerpiece there.
Say, Jack.
What?
Why is Mr. Billingsley wearing that fife and drum around his neck?
That fife and drum?
Yeah.
Well, that's my fault. I told him we were having Yankee pot roast tonight. Oh, by the way, Mr. Billingsley, Miss Livingston and I are going to see a movie after dinner. Would you care to join us?
No, thank you. I'm going to stay home tonight and get stiff.
Get stiff? I thought you didn't drink anymore.
I don't. I'm going to sit in the icebox.
Oh, I see.
Here you are, folks. Make way for the pot roast.
That smells good. Did you get the fork out of it, Rochester?
Only the handle.
You mean the prongs are still in the meat?
Don't worry, boss. I put a Band-Aid there so you won't bite into them.
That's very thoughtful of you. What do you want, Mary, a rare piece or an outside cut?
Give me the Band-Aid. That looks tender.
You watch out or you won't get any. Rochester, hand me the pot roast.
Here you are.
You think that... Whoa! 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 Whoa, my fingers!
The plate's kind of hot, boss.
That's a fine time to tell me. Never saw such a careless... Now, where the heck is the pot roast?
There it is, up on the chandelier.
On the chandelier? Well, I'll be darned.
It's dripping on my drum.
Well, move over a little. Rochester, you're so clumsy. Now go out in the kitchen and fix up a few cold cuts. We got to eat something.
Let's take some oranges and knock down the pot roast.
You can get a ladder and take it down later. Now bring in the cold cuts.
How would you like some genuine, boneless, skinless, imported Norwegian sardines?
Packed in virgin olive oil. Bring them in, Rochester. Now, Mary, while we're waiting, have some more stewed tomatoes.
A fine meal.
Well, they're very good for you. They'll make you strong.
I'm strong enough now to walk to a restaurant.
Well, if you don't like the tomatoes, don't eat them.
Will you pass the bread, please?
Here you are, Mr. Billingsley. Would you like some butter, too?
I've never been there, but I hear it's lovely.
Yes. Yeah. What? Gee, that doesn't make any sense at all. Say, Mary, I've got an idea. Why don't we go to the movie and then eat later?
Oh, Jack, I don't want to see Love Thy Neighbor again. Getting so now, I can't even laugh at your love scene with Mary Martin.
You're not supposed to laugh at that. Hey, Rochester, we're going to a movie, so never mind those sardines.
I already opened them.
Oh. Well, you can eat them.
I made some fried chicken for myself.
What? Rochester, this is only Friday, and I told you we're not having that chicken until Sunday. I'm having some people over at the house.
The way it's been raining lately, the house might not be here Sunday.
Oh, don't be so panicky. It is raining kind of hard, but it's nothing to worry about.
Then why did you build an ark?
I've got to have a hobby, don't I? Anyway, to hear you two talk, I think it was a regular flood or something.
Well, all I know is the milkman arrived on a surfboard this morning.
That's Mr. Kahanamoku. He's a Hawaiian. And another thing, I won't stand for anybody running down the California weather.
Quiet, or I'll stick my fork in your water wings.
You wouldn't dare. Sister. Now, come on, Mary. We're going to the movies.
Hey, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
There's a big crowd of people coming up the front steps.
A crowd of people?
Open up. Come on, open up in there.
What's going on here?
You'll find out. Come on in, fellas.
Surprise!
Well, I'll be doggone, a surprise birthday party. Don, Dennis, and Phil.
Come on, kids. 1, 2, for he's the jolly good fellow, for he's the jolly good fellow, for he's the jolly good fellow.
nobody can deny. Gee whiz, fellas, I can't get over. Come on in and take your things off. Come on, everybody, wipe your feet. Come on, come on. Fellas, I can't get over you guys surprising me like this. No kidding.
You didn't think we'd forget your birthday, did you, Jackson?
No, but gosh, all this fuss.
Well, believe me, Jack, you've been so darn nice to the whole gang, you're entitled to it.
Yeah, entitled.
Gee, I don't know what to say. I'm all choked up. This is really the last thing in the world I expected. You know, I was just sitting here getting ready to go to a movie, not even thinking about little me having a birthday party, and then you all barged in. Gee. Look, fellas, I'll just run down and see my picture and be back in 84 minutes.
Come back here.
Oh, yes, I'm so excited, Mary, I don't know what I'm talking about then.
Say, Mr. Benny, what's that up there on the chandelier?
A pot roast, Dennis. It's a long story. But don't worry about it, kid.
A pot roast on the chandelier, and he tells me not to worry.
Forget it, will you? I'll have Rochester take it down in a few minutes and make sandwiches.
I just sent him to the store to buy some food.
Oh. Did you give him any money?
Uh-huh. I took $3 out of the sugar bowl.
Mary, the sugar bowl is for laundry. If you want to buy groceries, you take the money out of the cookie jar.
I tried to, and a cobra stuck his head out.
That's my East Indian burglar alarm. Say, Don, what's that you're hiding behind your back?
Well, Jack, Mary, Dennis, Phil, and myself all chipped in and bought you a birthday present. And believe me, Jack, it comes right from the heart.
A present? Doggone you guys. You'll have me bawling in a minute. If you give it to me, I'll unwrap it.
Hold it, Jackson. A speech goes with this, and I'm going to make it.
Well.
Mr. Benny, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the Minneapolis Chamber of Commerce.
Minneapolis Chamber of Commerce?
I copied this out of a book. Forget that part.
Okay, go ahead.
It is with great pride, or make it pride.
Yeah,
it is
make
with
it
great pride
yeah.
and pleasure that I and my fellow colleagues,
go ahead.
Yes, present you with this beautiful gift as a token of our loyalty, devotion, and gastronomical appreciation. Here you are, Jackson. Here it is.
Gee whiz, fellas, I know it's my birthday, but you shouldn't have gone to all this. Well, for heaven's sake, isn't that beautiful?
You like it, Jack?
Oh, boy, just what I needed. A bicycle pump. Gee, with a hose and all. Which one of you heels suggested this?
Well, we didn't know what to buy you, Jackson. You've got everything.
Everything but a bicycle pump. Now I've got that. Oh, well. Thanks anyway, fellas. I'll wear it in good health. Rochester, there's someone at the door.
I told you he went out for the groceries.
Oh, yes, I'll answer. Probably another telegram. I've been getting them all day long.
Hello, boss, it's me.
Rochester, you've got a key. Why make me open the door?
I just want to give you an idea what I go through.
It's too bad about you. What'd you bring from the market?
Well, I got some limes and lemons and grape juice for the punch.
For the punch? Well, what are we going to have to eat?
Boss, with the punch I make, people have been known to go for days without eating.
Well, we still have to have food. And if you can't find anything in the kitchen, run next door to Mr. Ronald Coleman's. This is the day his cook makes popovers.
Okay.
Say, fellas, we'll have something to eat in a little while. In the meantime, let's play games or something.
I'll call up some chorus girls and we'll play post office.
That's all we need, chorus girls and no food. Say, I'll tell you what, fellas. How about playing blind man's buff?
Oh, that's
All right, now look it. I'll be the blind man. Who's got a handkerchief?
Just take off your glasses and we're all set.
Oh, stop, will you? Have you got a handkerchief, Don?
Well, I know a better game, Jack. Let's play Jell-O.
Oh, fine. How do you play it?
Well, I'll take a lot of boxes of Jell-O and hide them all over the house.
Uh-huh.
And the first one that finds all 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime,
yeah,
wins a $10 prize.
Say, that's a swell game.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Don. Who puts up the $10?
Well, Jack, it's your house.
There'll be no gambling on the premise. Blind man's buff, everybody. Come on. Blindfold me, somebody.
Take it easy, Jackson. The last time we played this game, it took us 2 hours to get your head out of the goldfish bowl.
Oh, that's right.
I know a swell game, Mr. Benny. It's called Clap Hands.
What's that?
Well, you folks sit down, I'll sing a song, and when it's all over, you all clap hands.
A fine game. It's a little dull, isn't it, Dennis?
It's better than getting your head caught in a goldfish bowl.
Well, maybe you're right. Sit down, everybody. Dennis is going to sing for us.
I want to play that game where I can win $10.
Well, go on a quiz program and don't bother us. Go ahead, Dennis. Sing something. Rochester, there's someone at the door.
Maybe it's me again.
Answer that door. Sing, Dennis. He's the laziest person I ever met.
Take you home again, Kathleen, across the ocean wild and wide, to where your heart has ever been, since first you were my bonny bride. The roses all have left your cheek. I've watched them fade away and die. Your voice is sad whene'er you speak, and tears bedim your loving eyes. Oh, I will take you back, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain. And when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home
Swell game, Dennis. Let's do it again Sunday on the program. Who was at the door, Rochester?
It was a special delivery, boss. I gave it to Miss Livingston.
Oh. Did you give the boy a tip?
How could I? You keep the tip money in the glue pot.
Well, I would have reimbursed you later. What's the letter, Mary?
It's a comic Valentine from New York.
New York, eh? Well, I have a pretty good idea who it's from. What kind of a Valentine did Arsenic and Old Lace send me? Read it.
To a comedian.
Uh-huh.
Your eyes are blue, your hair is gray, and you're as dumb as Dennis Day.
That's very funny.
Yeah, very.
Wait till Alan gets the Valentine I sent him. Somebody at the door, Rochester.
How do you know I'm back from Mr. Coleman?
I see you standing there. Now stop eating those popovers and answer the door.
Okay. Doors. I'd like to get a job working in a barrel.
That's just silly. What could he do in a barrel? Always grumbling.
Hey, boss, look who's here.
Well, I'll be... Hey, fellas, look!
Hiya, Buck!
Andy! Well, Andy Devine, we haven't seen you in 6 months. How did you happen to drop in?
Well, Buck, I heard it was your birthday, so I thought I'd come over and surprise you.
And you certainly did.
How old are you, Buck?
Well, Andy, I'll never see 36 again.
Even on a clear day.
That's very cute, Andy, and where's my present?
Your present?
Yes.
I got 2 of them, Buck. Ma sent you a jug of sweet cider.
Uh-huh.
And Pa sent you a jug of hard cider.
Well, look at that, 2 jugs. Which is which, Andy?
There goes Pa's!
Hey, look out, it's spilling all over the floor.
Quick, get me a sponge and a pillow.
Get away from there, Harris. What's the matter with you?
Say, Andy, you're putting on a little weight, aren't you?
Yeah, ain't we?
That's telling him, Andy. You're pretty sharp tonight.
Sit down at the table, everybody. The food's ready.
Take it easy. The plates are all fixed.
Gee, 2.5 sardines apiece.
And lots of popovers. Dig in, kids.
There's someone at the door, Rochester. I'm busy, boss. Answer that door.
Yes, and be quick about it. Well, Andy, I'm sure glad you dropped in. I had no idea that you'd remember my birthday. As a matter of fact, I didn't know...
Oh, good evening. Come right in, Mr. Marshall.
Yike! Holy smoke, it's Herbie!
Hello, everybody. Happy birthday, Jack.
Well, thanks! Well, my good gee whiz, Herbert Marshall at my house. Quick, Mary, phone Luella Parsons.
She'll never believe us.
Phone her anyway. Well, Bart, you're the last person in the world I expected to see on my birthday. You know, Mary and I were just... Oh, I'm sorry. This is Andy Devine.
How do you do, Mr. Devine?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Marshall. You want to buy a horse?
Andy, not now. Oh. Gee, as I started to say, Bart, Mary and I were just sitting here, not even thinking of having company on my birthday.
Stop looking at the package in his hand.
I'm not looking at it.
Oh, yes, the package. Here you are, Jack. A little remembrance. Many happy returns, old boy.
A present for me? Gee, I feel like a darn fool. I didn't get a thing for you, you know.
This is your birthday, not Christmas.
Oh, yeah, what am I thinking of? Hey, Dennis, get Mr. Marshall a chair. Gee, I'm all thumbs opening this package.
Here's a chair for you, Hubert.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, I can't seem to get the string untied.
Stop shaking.
Well, I'm so anxious.
My name is Billingsley, Mr. Marshall.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Billingsley.
Mr. Billingsley, sit down, please. Darn this string. Gee, I'm trying to open this present. There, I got it. Well, thanks, Bart. Thanks a million. Hey, fellas, look. Look what he gave me. Look at these beautiful cufflinks. I mean, cufflinks. Gosh. Oh, look, God, gee, 14 karat.
Jeepers, he looked already.
Well, they're beautiful. By the way, Bart, what's in that other box?
That's a gardenia. I brought it for Mary.
Well.
He's just like all the other fellas. He starts out with orchids, and now I'm down to a gardenia.
Quiet.
Very good, Mary.
Been better if she hadn't muffed it, Bart. Gee, I can't get over these cufflinks. Thanks again, Bart. Thanks.
I'm so glad you like my gift, Jack. You know, Jack, it's hard at the time to mention it, but I rather had the impression that you didn't like me.
I didn't like you? Why, Bart, what do you mean?
Well, I felt that you resented my taking over your program while you were in New York.
I resented me? Listen, fellas, did I ever say one word against this gentleman? Did I? You see, Bart, you're wrong. I regard you as one of my best friends.
Oh, you're full of kaplink.
Mary, smell your gardenia. Well, Bart, won't you join us at the table?
Yeah, sit down, Herbie, and have some chow.
Thanks, I believe I will.
Here's the plate, Bart, all fixed.
Well, 2.5 sardines and a biscuit.
Well, it's not much. I really must apologize.
Not at all. This is fun. It's like being shipwrecked.
Well, that's what we're having, a shipwreck party, you know? Yes, sir.
Won't you have some of this punch, Bart? It's very good.
Yes, have a cup, Bart.
My, what a beautiful punch bowl.
Yes, it is.
Ronnie Coleman's, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We're very dear friends, you know. Oh, Rochester, bring in Mr. Marshall some tea. Tea. You'd like some tea, wouldn't you, Bart?
Yes, thank you.
How would you like it, Bart? With lemon or with irradiated, homogenized vitamin D evaporated milk? You can have either one.
Well, Jack, I think I'll just have some extra juicy, sun-ripened lemon.
Oh, okay. Some tea with lemon, Rochester.
Very good, sir.
Well, Andy, you never thought you were going to meet Herbert Marshall at my house, did you?
Gosh, no, I feel like a darn fool with no shoes on.
Well, keep them under the table. Nobody'll notice it. Do you like the sardines, Bart?
They're delicious.
Oh, my goodness. Sardines and you haven't got a finger bowl. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss!
Bring in the finger bowls.
We never had any!
Well, then bring in saucers. Bring them in. You'll have one in a minute, Bart.
By the way, Jack, what's that hanging up there on the chandelier?
That's a pot roast.
A pot roast on the chandelier?
Yes.
Weird custom, isn't it?
Oh, it's not a custom, it's an accident. You see, Bart, I know it sounds fantastic, but the pot roast bounced up there, you know?
Bounced?
Yeah. You see, here's exactly what happened. I was just having a quiet little dinner at home, not expecting anybody to drop in, and my man Rochester brought in this hot plate, see? Well, I didn't know it was hot, and I grabbed for it. You see, the pot roast was on the plate, see? And the minute my fingers touched it, I threw it up in the air. Well, that's how it happened. It sounds silly, but that's the whole
When you send in 10 cents for the new desserts recipe book, what does it buy you? Well, just listen to this. And remember, for just one single solitary dime, too, you get 365 different suggestions and recipes for all kinds of grand, tempting desserts. That's a new dessert for every day, right straight through the whole year. There are ideas for simple family desserts, special party treats, desserts for holidays, desserts for all occasions, big and small. And they've arranged this big 48-page book in such a clever, original way that you can turn right to the dessert idea you want in 5 seconds or less. The moment you lay eyes on it, you'll say it's the smartest way to design a recipe book that anybody ever thought of. And you'll also say it's the most beautiful book of its kind ever printed. Pictures? Say, you never saw so many lovely paintings and color photographs in your life. But get the book and see for yourself. Place a dime in coin or stamps in an envelope and send your name and address and mail it to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's right, just 10 cents, and the address is Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Do it tonight.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Palm Springs, California.
Palm Springs?
Yes, sir. We're all going to have a little vacation. Say, Bart, would you like to come to Palm Springs with us?
I don't think I'll be able to, Jack. I'm making a picture, you know.
Oh. Well, if you can possibly make it, look us up. We'll be staying at the Cactus Blossom Auto Court. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
S-A-N-K-A, Sanka. That's the name to write in your memory book, ladies and gentlemen. S-A-N-K-A, Sanka. That's the name to say to your grocer, because Sanka is real coffee.
It has a rich, delectable flavor.
And it protects sleep, because it never prevents sleep. It's had the sleep-disturbing caffeine removed, so anybody can drink delicious Sanka coffee and sleep. Sanka Coffee presents We the People over another network every Tuesday night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, February 14th, was St. Valentine's Day. It was also Jack Benny's birthday. So let's go back to yesterday. A lot of people are making preparations for the big event. We'll look in on some of them.
The regular meeting of the Beverly Hills Beavers will now come to order. The motion before the club is resolved. The Beavers will give Mr. Jack Benny a surprise birthday party, and for this purpose will withdraw our entire treasury of $1.43. I second the motion, Stevie. Thank you, Joey, but call me Mr. President. No familiarity during meetings. Any questions? What is it, Cliff?
Well, I'm a new member of the Beavers, and I'd like to know who Jack Benny is.
Are you kidding? Don't you know who Jack Benny is?
No, who is he?
Who is Jack Benny? He's only the greatest fullback the Yale ever had. Yeah. And he quit football because he was afraid of hurting his hands, and that would stop him from playing the violin. That's right, Cliff. Mr. Benny's one of the world's greatest violinists.
Well, if he's the world's greatest violinist, how come I never heard of him?
Well, that's because he's so modest. He goes under the name of Yasha Heifetz.
Say, he sounds like quite a guy.
He sure is. Why, take the baseball uniforms we're wearing. Mr. Benny loaned us the money to get them. Yeah. And my father says that 4% is reasonable.
Well, since Mr. Benny's such a nice man, I vote that we give him the birthday party.
That makes it unanimous. Now, any other questions?
Yes, Mr. President. Are we going to invite any girls to the party?
Cliff, since you're a new member, I'll read you part of our bylaws. Bylaws of the Beverly Hills Beavers, Chapter 12, Rule 8, Clause D. If any beaver is ever seen with a member of the opposite sex, this means girls, he will be fined 7 cents, barred from holding office in this club, and will never be allowed to have custody of the club mascot, Blinky, our white mouse.
But I thought Blinky died last month.
We're still keeping him. Now, let's make out our invitation list. We'll invite all of Mr. Benny's friends.
Say, by the way, how old is Mr. Benny?
Today he's 39. And that proves how smart he is, too.
Why?
Well, he was in my uncle's class in school, and my uncle's 55. Well, look, let's all go over to Miss Livingston's house, and she'll give us a list of Mr. Benny's friends. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Pauline, have you straightened out the living room?
Yes, Miss Livingston. Oh, won't Mr. Benny be surprised when he finds that you're giving him a birthday party?
He sure will. Tell me, Pauline, how does my new dress look?
Oh, it's lovely, ma'am. Only if I had nice legs like yours, I wouldn't hide him with such a long skirt. Men like pretty legs, you know.
Yeah, and to think for years I hid mine behind a counter at the May Company. But, you know, I'm not trying to be glamorous tonight. Phil and Don are married, Dennis is too young for me, and Mr. Benny is too old for me.
Oh, well, I'm surprised to hear you say that anyone is too young or too old for you.
Why?
Well, anything between the Boy Scouts and the Townsend Club is okay with me.
Why, Pauline, I didn't know you liked men so much.
Oh, I do, ma'am. Why, I like them so much that Well, you'd think me silly if I told you what my favorite dream has been for years.
No, I won't. Tell me, what is your favorite dream?
That I'm a Dixie Cup in the Brooklyn Dodgers locker room.
Well, come on, Pauline, there's work to do.
Yes, ma'am. Say, would you please tell me one thing, Miss Livingston? Don't you ever go out with Mr. Benny, just the two of you alone?
Occasionally. I remember one very warm night last summer when Jack drove me up to the top of Mulholland Drive.
Gee, how'd you make out?
Fine. I sold more good humors than he did. Now, Pauline, you set the table, and I'll...
Miss Livingston's residence. Just one moment, please. Miss Livingston, it's the baker. He wishes to talk to you.
Oh, good. Hello? Yes, I want the cake delivered as early as possible. How many candles? 39. That's right, 39 candles, and arrange them in the shape of a question mark. Okay, goodbye.
Say, Miss Livingston, how old is Mr. Benny really?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. See, Mr. Benny and I have an agreement that saves us both a lot of embarrassment.
An agreement?
Yes, I never tell anyone his age, and he never tells anyone my salary.
But Miss Livingston, if Mr. Benny paid you so little, how can you afford this nice apartment and all your nice clothes and everything?
My mother writes for Bob Hope. Pauline, have you arranged the place cards?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you order the food?
Yes. Since you're serving buffet style, I ordered a turkey, a roast beef, and 2 hams.
Well, that takes care of Don Wilson. What about the rest of the people?
Oh, Miss Livingston.
Well, I better get over the invitation list and start calling. Gee, I've been trying to reach Bill Harris all day, but he's been out. I wonder where he is.
4-ball in the side pocket. Watch it, Mel.
Okay. Say, Phil, how's about coming over to my place for a poker game tonight?
Gee, I'd like to, Mel, but I can't. 6-ball in the corner.
Hey, why can't you come, Phil?
Well, it's Jackson's birthday today, and me and the boys in my band are throwing him a surprise party. 9-ball in the side.
Hey, where are you going to throw the party, Phil?
Over at my house. Everybody's going to have a lot of fun. I just filled the pool.
Oh, it's pretty cold weather for swimming, ain't it?
Yeah, but once you dive in, you don't notice it.
Oh, the pool heated?
No, it's filled with bourbon. 13-ball on the side. You know, yesterday, Frankie, my guitar player slipped into the pool and almost drowned.
Hey, did you finally save him?
Yeah, we broke his arm running him through the ringer. 7-ball, twice across.
Say, Phil, I've been wanting to ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it, Mel?
Well, I hate to bring it up, but I've been out of work for a long time, and I thought maybe you could give me a job.
Well, maybe I can. What do you do?
I'm a glass blower.
Sorry, I got all the musicians I need. 2 ball in the corner. Hold it a minute. Kiss off the 12. Yeah. Went just like it had eyes. Well, that finishes the game. I beat you 25-4.
Gee, some guys have all the luck. Imagine shooting pool like that and being married to Alice Faye at the same time.
Yeah. Well, so long, Mel. I got to start calling the gang. Yeah, I think I'll call Dennis first.
Gee, Mother, why do you want to leave the house just because I'm giving a surprise party for Mr. Benny?
That's not the only reason. I've got to drive to Riverside tonight.
But can't you drive there some other time?
What? And spoil my truckload of oranges? Anyway, I can't understand why you have to give a party for Mr. Benny.
Because he's a very nice man.
Nice man. What did he ever do for you?
What did he ever do for me? Well, once I remember when. And not only that. And then there was the time Yeah, why am I giving him a party?
I think you're wasting your money on that mean old man.
Oh, Mother, that isn't fair. Mr. Benny has been like a father to me. Only last week he gave me advice on how to be popular with the girls.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah, he took me aside and said, Dennis, my boy, you're missing a lot. You ought to get a girl and on some moonlight night drive her over to Lover's Lane and put your arms around her and pull her up close to you, put your face close to hers and...
Yes, then what did Mr. Benny say?
When he got to that part, he fainted.
Well, now look, Dennis, let me give you some advice on that.
Yes, Mother.
Son, as you go through life, you'll meet many girls, and someday you'll meet the one girl you'll want to spend the rest of your life with. And it will probably be when you least expect it.
Gee, say, Mom, how did you first meet Father?
We were matched together in the Golden Gloves. He had the sweetest left hook. Well, Dennis, I've got to be running along now. I hope your party turns out nice.
Thank you, Mother.
Oh, by the way, how old is Mr. Benny today?
39.
39, indeed. Why, I remember seeing him in a vaudeville act with Al Jolson when they introduced the song Sonny Boy.
How long ago was that?
I don't remember. But Benny was singing and Jolson was climbing up on his knee. So long, son.
Goodbye, Mother. Lots of luck with your oranges. Well, I've got everything set for the party. Now I better see if I have everybody's phone number. Dance, ballerina, dance. And do your pirouette in rhythm with your aching heart. Dance, ballerina, dance. You mustn't once forget a dancer has to dance the part. Whirl, ballerina, whirl. And just ignore the chair that's empty in the second row. This is your moment, girl. Although he's not out there applauding as you steal the show. Once you said his love must wait its turn. You wanted fame instead. I guess that's your concern. Live and learn. And love is gone, ballerina gone. So on with your career. You can't afford a backward glance. Dance on and on and on. 1,000 people here have come to see the show. As round and round you go, so ballerina dance. Dance, dance.
Here it is, my birthday, and I'm all alone. Nobody even thinks of me. Nobody cares. No cards, not even a phone call. Who is it?
It's me, boss.
Rochester, I don't want to talk to anyone. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Quiet, Polly. When I want your help, I'll ask for it.
Boss, you haven't eaten all day. Do you want me to get
I don't want anything. Just leave me alone.
Okay. I wonder what's wrong with him. He's kept himself locked in the den all day. The last time he brooded like this was when his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, broke their engagement. Then she sent back the ring and he was happy again. Wonder what's ailing him. Maybe bet on a horse. No, if Mr. Benny bet on a horse and that horse lost, he'd beat it to death with his bare hands. I just can't figure out what's the matter with him.
Rochester, if you don't mind, I'll have my dinner served in bed.
Well, what's the matter, boss? Don't you feel good? You've been brooding all day.
If I want to lock myself in the den, it's my own business.
Wait a minute, boss.
Huh?
Have you been crying?
What makes you think I've been crying?
There's a rainbow in your little blue eye.
There is? I mean, who cares? A lot you or anybody else worries about me anyway.
You're wrong, Mr. Benny. I worry about you.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, Rochester, what day is this?
Saturday.
Uh-huh. Saturday, February what?
The 14th.
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Saturday, February the 14th. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to put out the garbage.
It's not that. Come back here. Now, let's not talk about it anymore. You go in and clean the den. I'm going to the kitchen, have a sandwich and a glass of garbage. I mean milk.
Okay. Well, it won't take long to straighten up the den. I'll just put these books away on the shelves and...
Hello.
Well, hello, Polly.
Here I am, all alone. Nobody cares.
Huh?
Nobody cares.
What are you talking about?
Today's my birthday.
Oh, my goodness, how can I be so stupid? I better go in the kitchen and fix things up right away. Excuse me, boss, excuse me.
Rochester.
Just a minute, boss.
Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm putting a candle on a cracker. It's Polly's birthday.
Oh, it is, eh? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to my room. That's where I'm going.
Gosh, I can't figure out what's bothering the boss. He's usually so cheerful and... Hello, Mr. Benny's residence.
Rochester, this is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. You'll never guess whose birthday it is today.
I know, Rochester, and that's why I called. I want to give a surprise party.
A party?
Yes. Do you think you'd get him out of the house?
Him?
Certainly.
Well, he sure fooled me. He laid an egg this morning.
Rochester, what are you talking about?
The parrot.
Parrot? It isn't the parrot's birthday. It's Mr. Benny's birthday.
Oh! So that's why he's been feeling bad all day. He thought everybody forgot about him.
Oh, no. When I called the gang, I found out that everybody was giving him a party. So we all decided to come over to Mr. Benny's house and surprise him.
Well, bring some food with you. The time lock doesn't open the icebox till 6 in the morning.
Well, don't worry. We have food. You just get Mr. Benny out of the house for a little while and don't let him suspect anything.
Okay, Miss Livingston, leave it to me. I'll be clever about it.
Well, I feel a lot better taking this little walk. But I can't understand Rochester throwing my hat and coat out. And when I went out to get him, he slammed the door. Yeah, I've been walking for about 40 minutes now. I'm kind of tired. I think I'll walk across the street and get on a bus for home. Fine birthday. Hey, look at this theater marquee. Now playing The Horn Blows at Midnight. I guess they're running it again on account of the Academy Awards. I think I'll go and see it again. Pardon me, miss, I see you're showing The Horn Blows at Midnight.
That's right.
How's business?
Look, mister, if this is a holdup, you're wasting your time. We haven't sold a ticket all week.
This isn't a hold-up, and give me a ticket. Here's the money.
Here's a ticket and a knife.
A knife?
You'll have to cut your way through the brush.
Never mind. Just give me the ticket so I can go in, will you?
Rochester, we've been here for 4 hours now. If Mr. Benny only went out for a walk, why isn't he back?
I don't know, Miss Livingston.
Well, I can't wait any longer. Bring on the food.
Yeah, let's eat.
Hey, wait a minute, kids. Since this is Jack's birthday party, I propose that we all give a toast.
All of us?
Yeah, we'll each take a line. Go ahead, Rochester. You start it.
Okay. To our boss, Mr. Benny.
This toast we do make.
While we stand here talking, Don's eating the cake.
Well, I waited long enough. I've got to go home.
Me too.
I wondered what happened to Jack.
I beg your pardon, mister.
Huh?
I'm the manager of this theater. We've shown you the horn blows at midnight 3 times. Now, will you please go home so we can close up?
Okay. By the way, mister, the girl at the box office told me you haven't sold a ticket all week.
That's quite true.
Well, if that's true, how come there's someone sitting in almost every seat in this theater?
We rent it out as a storage room to a mortuary.
A mortuary? You mean all the people in those seats are... That's amazing.
I'll say it's amazing. Yesterday, right in the middle of the picture, 3 of them got up and walked out.
Gee, I wondered why the guy at the door didn't tear my ticket. Well, I better go on home. Gee, all the lights are out in the house. Rochester must be asleep. Now, let's see. Where's my key? Here's the key to my safety deposit box. Here's the key to my car. Key to my garage. Key to my vault. Whoops, I dropped it. Here's the key to the front door. There it is. Coming home to a cold, dark house. What a birthday this was. Fine, loyal gang I got. I got a good notion to fire every one of them. If I had any talent, I would. Yeah, I'm tired. Well, I might as well go to bed, I guess. Now, who can that be at this time of night? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your sister in Chicago.
Oh, a singing telegram from my sister, eh? Well, that's nice. Go ahead, let me hear it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, 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 oh.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Look, I have to go to bed.
Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell. Thanks. Look, I've got to go to...
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
Look, fella, I got to go to bed now.
Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday.
Well, that's awfully sweet of you. Thanks very much.
What a happy day. What a happy day.
Look, fella, I got to go to bed.
Happy day. What a happy day.
Thank you.
What a happy day. What a happy day. What a happy day. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you very much. Now,
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome, very welcome.
Look.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
Look,
you.
fellas, I'm awfully sleepy. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, I'll be darned.
Gee, it's 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Hope I have a good show this afternoon. Oh, good morning, Rochester.
Good morning, boss. Feeling a little more cheerful today?
Yeah, I feel fine.
You should have come home earlier last night.
Why?
The whole gang came over to give a surprise party and celebrate your birthday.
What? A surprise party for me? My whole gang? Mary, Phil, Don, and Dennis? Gee, they didn't forget me.
Why, boss, that rainbow's coming back in your little blue eye.
But I can't help it. I'm so happy. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny and Frank Black's orchestra. And now Frank Black and his orchestra open the program with Tony's Wife. Have you heard the latest, my friends? The newest good news from Chevrolet. Well, talk about business being good. Just listen to this. Instead of sales going down, as car sales usually do at the end of the spring selling season, Chevrolet sales are still going up and up, way ahead of the same period in May, way ahead of the sales a year ago. Over 20,000 Chevrolets were delivered at retail the first 10 days of June. This is the first time since 1927 that sales in June have exceeded those in May. Every minute, night and day, someone is buying a Chevrolet. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the same old story, isn't it? You just can't keep the best car from leading, especially when that car has a Fisher hardwood and steel body, Fisher no-draft ventilation, a starterator, synchro mesh, freewheeling, the most economical engine in a low-priced car, and especially when it sells for as little as $445 FOB factory. And now, Jack Benny. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news events through the courtesy of, now get this, folks, through the courtesy of I Bought Her a Sandwich, So She Ate It Press. Boy, am I hot tonight. So She Ate It Press. Did you get that, Mary?
Yes, and I'm going to get rid of it, too.
I see. I don't know. I kind of liked it. So She Ate It Press. Get it, Nelson? No, what is it? It's a joke. Oh, pardon me. Well, I'll start all over again, folks. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you through the courtesy of the Daily Exterminator. All the news that's split to print. Here they are. Okay, let's go. A little late with the call, but it's okay. Washington, D.C. President Roosevelt takes 2 weeks vacation, which will end June 30th. Vice President Garner's vacation will end in 1936. Paris, France. Russian prince weds 5 and 10 cent store heiress. To keep the money in the family, he buys the ring in her store. New York, New York. Jack Sharkey will fight Primo Carnera at Madison Square Bowl. When interviewed, Sharkey claimed he will not be able to hit high enough to foul Carnera. Mountain Lake, New Jersey. Carnera training here with King Kong. During brief workout, one of Carnera's legs was found in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Cincinnati, Ohio. Man finds alcohol in 3.2 beer and is given key to the city. Highland, New Jersey. Nudists commonly discovered here. During cold spell last week, nudists were seen wrapped in cellophane. Prosperity news, Detroit, Michigan. Big industries raise employees' wages 10%.
When do I get a raise, Jack?
When we're in Detroit, Mary. Hollywood, California. Roller skating fad hits Hollywood. Greta Garbo given ticket for parking her skates in front of a hydrant. London, England. Nations meet here to pay United States war debts. Poland acknowledges her debt in silver and sends us 4 dimes and a quarter. Finland sends us a fin. Belgium gives us 2 brass rings from a merry-go-round. And France gives us Chevalier. And Chevrolet gives you the biggest value for your money in the low-price field. But, Howard... But nothing. The Chevrolet has the Fisher no draft. I know that, Howard. I know that. And every 40 seconds of the day, someone buys a Chevrolet. Play, boys, play. There's no use arguing with Howard. I wish Frank would make those orchestra boys shave. You know, folks, I never saw so many beards in one orchestra. No, really, I don't know how they get their saxophones in their mouths. I'm not kidding, huh?
Jack.
Yes, Mary?
Look at these. Aren't they beautiful?
Why, Mary, what are you doing with all those flowers?
Well, it's my birthday today, Jack.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I nearly forgot. Huh?
And thanks for the card.
Did you like the card I sent you, Mary?
Yes, but my name isn't Easter.
Well, I happen to have one left over, you know.
Oh, that's all right. What are you giving me for a present?
Well, let's see, Mary. How old are you today?
21.
21. I'll say I've got a great idea. It's too late to buy you something, but I'll give you $1 for each year. See, here it is. Now, 5, 10, 20, 21.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Jack. And, gee, are you lucky?
Why?
Well, if I told you my right age, you'd owe me $6 more.
Mary, make believe you're 60 and give me back $5, would you? Well, folks, you can never tell a person's age. A man is as old as he looks, and a woman is as old as she likes.
Well, congratulations, Mary.
Thanks, Howard.
Now, here are a couple of little remembrances.
Gee, a ring and a book, thanks. What a pretty ring. But what's the book all about?
Well, that's to keep up the payments on the ring.
I gave him that joke, folks. You know, live and let live, you know.
Mary, I want to congratulate you, too. I want to give you...
Yes, Jimmy?
My very best wishes.
Well, anyway, Mary, you don't have to keep up the payments on that, you know. Say, I bet you got a lot of nice telegrams today, huh?
Yes, and birthday cards, too. You want me to read some to you?
Go ahead, you will anyway.
Well, here's one I got from Howard. It says, happy birthday, I must say.
May many more come by your way. Because every minute of the day,
Someone buys a Chevrolet. Yes, that's a wonderful hit. It's a wonderful thought on Howard's part. I knew he'd get that in.
Oh, here's another card, Jack.
Another card? Read it, Mary.
It says, happy birthday to the sweetest and fairest girl in all the world.
Who sent that?
I did.
You did?
Yes, no one knows me like I do.
Mary, this being your birthday, really, why don't you do something? I mean, now tell us something about your life. I mean, I think everybody here in the school would like to know something. Yeah.
Well, I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey on a very dark day.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I didn't know what it was all about.
Uh-huh.
And before I knew what had happened, I was 5 years old.
How time flies.
Yes, now on my 5th birthday, I said to myself, Toots, Plainfield isn't big enough for you, so I went to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, New Jersey?
No, my Aunt Elizabeth.
Oh.
But there was nothing there for me, so I went to Trenton.
Oh, your Uncle Trenton?
No, Trenton, New Jersey.
Oh, well, I'm all mixed up. I don't know.
At Trenton, things were kind of dull, so I came back to Plainfield and stayed there until I was 6.
Uh-huh.
And was I 6? In fact, the doctor told me I would never reach 7.
How time flies.
Mm-hmm. But 7 o'clock came, and then 8, and I ate and ate and ate until I was 9.
Until you were 9, I see. And then what happened, huh?
Then 10 came along, and we started our program. So here I am, and it's only 10:15.
Oh, is that all, Mary?
Yes, that's all.
Applaud everybody. Very good. That was very good, huh? That was very interesting, Mary. And now James Melton will sing Roses of Picardy. By the way, Jimmy, when did you first start to sing?
Well, I was born in Georgia, and when I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Tut, this state is too small for you. So I came to New York and took singing lessons.
Well, that's interesting, really, that is, huh?
Yes, I know. Well, tell me, Jack, when did you first become a master of ceremony?
Well, Jimmy, I was born in the United States, you see. And when I was 5 years old, I said to myself, Tootsie, I said, Toots, this world is too small for you.
Why don't you get out of it?
I will, Jimmy. Give me time, will you, for heaven's sake?
We'll die with the summertime, and the autumn may be far apart. But there's one rose that dies not in Picardy. Is the that I keep in my heart.
Folks, that was James Melton singing Roses of Picardy, dedicated to the American Legion, who will meet at their greatest of conventions in Chicago on October 2nd. Hooray! Don't worry, folks. Don't worry about all this noise. It's just a little banquet we're having here tonight. You know, this is our last program until the fall, and we're all celebrating. What a crowd. What gowns, what wraps, and what sats. Everybody's here. They're all in evening clothes. What celebrities. How do you do, Miss Garbo? Sit right here next to Howard Claney. Huh?
I want to be alone.
Don't worry, you will be. Now, look at Clark Gable. How are you, Clark?
Fine, Jack. I want to congratulate you on going off the air tonight.
I'll pass that up. I see. We're going to have a lot of music and entertainment tonight, Clark. Will you listen?
I'm all ears.
That was Clark Gable, folks. Clark Gable. Sit right here. Just throw that bundle down that you have in your arms.
What bundle? That's Joan Crawford.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry. And who's this? Hey, wait a minute, mister. Wait a minute. You can't come in here without an invitation. This is a private affair. What's your name, sir?